Chapter 29. The Ancient Bell was the largest spaceship owned by the Ancient Bell Company. Its endurance was one of the top 10 in the entire Federation. The Ancient Bell Company was the largest company in the Westwoods region of the Federation. Its business covered many industries, and its capital was extremely strong. However, even after hundreds of years of investigation by the Westwoods Region Management Committee using the Company Information Disclosure Act, they still couldn't find out who was behind this giant company. Many people guessed that other than the Federation's Asset Management Committee, there were also the shadows of the most powerful families in the Westwoods region behind this company. Some people even faintly guessed that the Ancient Bell Company might be related to the 4th Military Region, which had been stationed in the Westwoods region for countless years. This time, in order to cooperate with the Federation's plan, the Ancient Bell Company sent this spaceship to the Eastwoods region to bring greetings and officials from the Westwoods region. They started a series of government and civilian exchanges. On the surface, these activities were just to cover the actions of the 4th Military Region's Special Mecha Team. However, no one expected that the real fatal blow to the traitorous mechanic was actually this spaceship itself. It was just a commercial spaceship. How could it carry a space weapon that was strictly controlled by the military? The captain of the Ancient Bell spaceship was a big fat man. After confirming the effects of the vertical cannon through the thermal sensor and the Eastwoods satellite imaging system, he relaxed and leaned against the sofa, panting. He took the cup of coffee from his secretary, which was still warm, and drank a few mouthfuls without tasting the taste. When Colonel Lake comes back, he will be very angry. The secretary reminded the captain in a low voice. According to the usual configuration, the captain was usually accompanied by an officer. However, this fat man obviously didn't have the self-awareness of a company. He treated himself as some kind of officer because in reality, he was originally an officer. The fat captain's face was very gentle, but the occasional flash of coldness in his squinted eyes showed his true personality. He said softly, "If Lake can complete this mission, of course I won't take the risk of using the main cannon." The fat captain's brows, which were covered by the wrinkles, flashed with a hint of gloominess. He gritted his teeth and said painfully, "One cannon destroyed half a year's energy quota of the company. Do you think I don't feel bad? That brat Lake is such a F** king disappointment. How much does the military spend on their special mecha team every year? There's nothing we can do about it. The orders from the capital are absolute. The President's Office, the Bureau of Proclamation, and the Ministry of National Defense are all pressuring the commander. We can't waste these resources anymore." The secretary shrugged and said, "It's good that the problem is solved. I have to go quickly. I still have to report and explain to the Eastern Woods District Office and the Administrative Committee. I also have to pass on the Federation's order to them. Otherwise, not only will the exchange visit between Eastern Woods and the West Woods be ruined, but the Eastern Woods garrison warships will also fly into the sky and surround us in anger. Give them 4 guts." The fat captain's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. "Eastwood has been decadent for too long. Just hand over the Federation's secret order to the sector office. I don't think these officials will dare to do anything to our 4th Military Region. Speaking of which, the Military Region lost all its face on this stupid planet back then. Today, we've finally gotten some back." The secretary shrugged again. He was a civilian officer who had joined the Ancient Clock Company after retirement. Unlike the captain and the others, he still secretly maintained his military status in the 4th Military Region. Therefore, he did not understand, nor did he want to understand, why his comrades in the 4th Military Region always had such a strong sense of disgust towards the Eastern Woods District. The West Woods and Eastern Woods were clearly on opposite ends of the Federation. They were extremely far apart, and it was rare for them to even cross paths once in a few years. The captain's room returned to silence. The fat captain carefully put the cold coffee beside him, turned on the secret circuit, and faced the motionless portrait on the screen. He was extremely respectful, and even a little flattering as he lowered his head and said, "Boss, we succeeded." The portrait was of a middle-aged man, wearing a well-ironed, dark-colored military uniform. The gold stars and silver bars on his shoulders clearly showed this soldier's shocking military rank. The communication between Dong Lin and Silin would take at least 14 minutes. That was why the middle-aged general's portrait remained motionless like a puppet. However, his deeply furrowed brows and cold eyes still gave off an endless amount of pressure. The fat captain swallowed a mouthful of saliva and continued, "Just to kill the mechanic, we spent half a year's energy quota. But this was a mission issued by the Federation. Do you think you should send a letter to the President's office to let the Department of Defense and the Department of Energy coordinate and give the company a little compensation?" He suddenly thought of a problem. Taking advantage of the time before the portrait on the screen moved, he said shyly, "Also, the young miss still refuses to eat today." After saying this, the fat captain, who had fired the main cannon while talking and laughing, turned the mecha into ashes and destroyed countless green spaces in the suburbs of Eastwood, shrunk and turned off the communicator. Then, he ran out of the captain's room with his butt raised. Su Lu had also not eaten today. Under the cover of the explosion, he ran down from the hill. Taking advantage of the chaos in the suburbs of Heshi State, he successfully entered the underground waterway once again. He ran as fast as he could and finally ran into a forest where there were few people. His butt fell into a thick layer of fallen leaves, shaking up a stale smell. The youth panted rapidly. He felt his body was abnormally tired and hungry. His heart was also very tired because of sadness. No matter who it was, after experiencing what had happened today, their spirit would be greatly impacted. Moreover, he was not even 18 years old yet. At this time, it was already late at night. Suddenly, there was a pitter-patter sound in the sky above the forest. Rain fell for no reason, shaking up the dust on the ground covered by fallen leaves, causing the entire forest to be filled with the smell of dust. Su Lu, with his face covered in dust, his eyes were full of sadness. He closed his eyes, bit his lip hard, and took a deep breath. He looked at the signal jammer in his hand and found that the blue light was getting fainter and fainter. It would lose its effect in, at most, 2 minutes. "Let's begin." Su Lu stared blankly at the metal bracelet on his wrist, using the pad of his finger. He gently touched it, revealing the metal wires and those tiny chips inside. He felt his heartbeat become stronger and stronger, but his body was getting weaker and weaker. The piercing pain at the back of his neck spread from the bone to the rest of his body. It was extremely cold. A new life was waiting for him. Chapter 30. The raindrops became heavier and heavier, more and more urgent, hitting the big leaf autumn forest on the outskirts of Heshi region. The pitter-patter was like the sound of war drums on an ancient battlefield, beating an exciting rhythm, urging people to bravely move forward, forward, and forward. In the already soaked autumn forest, the rain soaked all the withered leaves of the trees, and also soaked Su Li's body. Staring at the little star-like chip in the bracelet, the young man's heart was filled with complicated emotions. Once he switched to a brand new chip, it represented a completely unknown future, a completely new life, completely cut off from the past, no friends, no family. Of course, he didn't have any family before, and he didn't have many friends, but the coffee in Heshi region, the beer in Heshi region, the clock tower street in Heshi region, the girls in Heshi region, the operation room in the mine, the repair shop in Xianglan Avenue, the library in the State University, and this unchanging dusky sky. all of these memories? Was he going to say goodbye like this? Su Li's fingers trembled incessantly. He knew that once he pierced the hair-thin metal wire into his neck, everything would change. Maybe it would be good. Maybe it would be extremely bad. Who knew? Facing the most difficult and easiest choice in life, Su Li, with a calmness that didn't match his age, used only a dozen seconds to make up his mind, because the gradually dimming blue light in the rain reminded him that the electronic surveillance of the Federation would find him soon. If he wanted to live freely, then he must no longer be Su Li. Fiercely wiping away the raindrops on his face, revealing clean skin under the dust, Su Li muttered a few words in a low voice, and the emotions in his eyes became calmer and calmer. His hands no longer trembled, and with unusual stability, he pulled out the metal wire from the bracelet, aimed it at the back of his neck, and slowly pierced it. As for how to exchange for a chip, the weak light screen that had popped up on the bracelet had already taught Su Li. However, the young man's current actions were, after all, exceptionally frightening and absurd in his knowledge. He had never even heard of someone being able to forge a human chip to avoid the radiance of the first charter. He didn't have much confidence. His hands still didn't tremble, but they appeared exceptionally slow. This was what the mechanic Feng you admired the most about him. He had a natural control over the metal mechanical chip, and more importantly, no matter what kind of dangerous situation he was in, this young man could always maintain his calm, even if it was only on the surface. In order to exchange for the chip in his body without the help of the relevant equipment, one must have the most stable hands and the most stable heart in the world. Coincidentally, Su Li had both of these. Even though he was so tired that he could fall asleep at any time, hungry to the point that his eyes were somewhat unfocused, and sad to the point that the rims of his eyes were still red under the washing of the rain, his hands were still stable. Perhaps it was precisely because Feng Yu believed in this young man's ability that he would hand over such a precious legacy to him. The extremely thin metal wire steadily stopped at a distance of 0.5 millimeters from the skin. The rain in the autumn forest very tactfully brushed past the metal wire and left, not interfering. This was a job that no one knew about, but was enough to shock the entire Federation. Right at this moment, something strange happened. The sharp tip of the metal wire, which had not trembled in the slightest, suddenly trembled, as if it had smelled some kind of extremely sweet and blissful paradise. The tip of the metal wire rapidly trembled and vibrated within an extremely small range, faster and faster. It was so fast that it could not be seen with the naked eye, so fast that the wind and rain could not hit it at all. It seemed to have sensed something and continuously searched, using the tiny electric charge attached to it as a source of energy to search continuously. It searched on the exposed skin of Su Li's neck. A layer of small goosebumps appeared on the back of Su Li's neck. Because he was nervous, he allowed the rain to wash over him, but he did not dare to move at all. After who knew how long, only a light beep was heard. The tip of the metal wire that had been rapidly trembling suddenly entered a state of absolute stillness. The metal wire maintained its strange curved state, its tip aimed at the skin on the back of Su Li's neck. In this stillness, amidst the wind and rain, a weak blue electric current began to accumulate, like an extremely sharp sword waiting to be unsheathed. A bolt of lightning illuminated the dark sky of the outskirts amidst the wind and rain. With a crack, the sound of thunder rumbled through the entire world. Like a light snake, the lightning carved a demonic mark in the air, and also slightly brightened the autumn forest. In this instant of light, the figure of the youth kneeling in the rain suddenly froze. With a whoosh, the metal wire automatically extended by 3 centimeters and easily pierced into the back of Su Li's neck. Then, the metal wire began to tremble with all its might, like a sword that was trying to break through the defense of armor. It was also like a lightning-striking venomous snake that was biting its prey, continuously injecting venom, wanting to give its target the final fatal blow. At this moment, if someone was present, they would definitely notice that the figure of the youth kneeling in the rain began to tremble in pain after stiffening. They would also notice that the skin on the back of the youth's neck seemed to have become transparent, and that the faint blue electric current was constantly swimming and struggling around his neck. In the autumn forest, amidst the wind and rain, there was suddenly a slightly burnt smell. Su Li's small eyes were painfully wide open, and his face looked abnormally terrifying. He felt that his body was burning incomparably, and the pain coming from the back of his neck was even more painful. However, that weak electric current was continuously flowing from the metal wire into his body, directly connecting to his nervous system, allowing him to clearly endure this unbearable torture. Let's end this quickly. It doesn't matter even if we fail. The youth Su Lu, who had always been as sincere and firm as a rock, finally couldn't endure it anymore. He felt that the blood in his body seemed to be boiling, and his mouth and tongue were incomparably dry. His entire body was in pain as if he was struck by lightning. Just as he was about to give up, there seemed to be some kind of sound coming from the back of his neck. It was like the sound of the circuit chip that he was most familiar with, and also like the sound of a sword being sheathed again. The storm hit the autumn forest, soaking the sky and earth. Su Li's thin figure trembled in pain. His fingers powerlessly left the metal wire, and his whole body knelt in the forest in the rain. An indescribable pain and feeling made his body bow, and then he looked up and painfully screamed at the rainstorm falling from the sky. The rain fell on his face, and it was incomparably painful, sliding down his body. He knelt in the rain, but still felt pain and burning all over his body. In his heart, he was somewhat at a loss as he prayed to the black sky, "Let the storm come more violently." Then his mind went blank, and he powerlessly turned over, falling into the rain and dirty leaves all over the ground. Chapter 31. When Sulu woke up, the rain had already stopped. The thick, dark clouds had also left this part of the night sky, revealing the few lonely stars above. There weren't many stars that could be seen in the Donglin district's night sky. Sulu lay on the ground, squinting his eyes to distinguish which star was which. Just like a common sentence in novels, of course, he didn't know how much time had passed. His wristwatch had been replaced by a bracelet, and under the intense pain and mental shock, time seemed particularly blurry to him at this time. Lying on the wet ground was not comfortable. Although the fallen leaves were very soft due to the rain, like a quilt on a bed, the smell was very unpleasant. However, Sulu didn't get up because he was tired, hungry, and weak. A sense of fatigue seeped out from his bones to his muscles through the pores on his skin, making him not want to move at all. Just like that, he lay quietly in the autumn forest after the rain. He opened his eyes and looked at the unclear, starry sky above his head. It was not until a very long time later that he struggled to prop himself up and let out a long sigh. The content of this sigh was so rich that even at such a young age, he began to have a taste of the vicissitudes of life. The glowing blue jammer had long since stopped working. However, Sulu lay in the wet forest for so long, and still no Federation army or police came to find him. This fact confirmed one thing for Sulu, and his mood was very complicated. Glancing at the metal bracelet on his left wrist that had returned to normal, Sulu was silent for a moment. He touched the back of his neck and felt a small wound. He felt a slight pain and knew that the chip in his body had been replaced with the one made by the boss himself, successfully hiding from the electronic surveillance. From this moment on, Sulu was no longer Sulu. He stood up with the help of a tree trunk and carefully sucked the drop of blood between his fingers into his mouth. Swaying his weak body, he walked out of the forest under the cover of the night. As he walked with difficulty, he pulled out the information on the bracelet, hoping to familiarize himself with his new identity as soon as possible. Otherwise, he could be exposed at any time. A new chip and a new identity appeared on the screen. It was still the simple, sincere, and inexperienced face. It was still the Donglin District's resident card number, but it had a completely different life path. This identity came from the capital. At this time, he should have just graduated from high school, completed his military service, and was in a state of semi-unemployment. There was nothing special about him that could attract the attention of the authorities. And the name of this identity was Sulu or Sulu. He didn't know if it was because of the chip change that caused some deviation in Su Li's spirit, or because the previous rainstorm washed away the layer of dullness that hid his personality, or because of Uncle Feng's death. He decided to live a better life. In short, Su Lu, who was walking down the mountain, looked at the ID on the screen. He screamed in a way that didn't match his personality, and then fell heavily to the ground. Uncle Feng, you clearly prepared this identity for me, but you didn't tell me it would hurt so much. Besides, why are you still calling yourself Sulo? You're really not worried that I'll be captured by the army? Apart from the boss, I'm probably the first fugitive in history to escape from electronic surveillance. This is such an exciting thing, the teenager muttered. He rubbed his aching but wiped his eyes and disappeared into the night. The clear night sky after the rain was untainted by a speck of dust. It was unusually quiet, and the soothing negative ions filled the forest. Before Sulu left, the electromagnetic waves of 995 megahertz swept through the area, but they didn't receive any weak signals. However, the signal node that was suddenly interrupted was still recorded. The electronic surveillance network that covered the entire Federation received the report immediately, and in the shortest time possible, it was sent to the Donglin region network composed of 17 satellites. The information-gathering satellite used the simplest logical calculation method to come up with a logical judgment that was consistent with the sentence logic. It was given a specific outsource characteristic, and it was cut into 3 pieces of information. According to the established pattern, it was sent to the depths of space. All of this was the normal reaction of the Federation's electronic surveillance network. The various regions didn't have a central computer, but a digital matrix was used to perform the analysis. The disappearance of an information node represented the death of a citizen. This separation of life and death was all too common in the Federation. It happened every day, every moment, and even every second. Of course, the information-gathering satellite didn't think it was strange. If it had human emotions, it would probably yawn to express its boredom at this piece of information. The 3 pieces of information that were given encryption characteristics at the very beginning set off from the satellite above the Donglin region and took 3 different paths in space. After passing through 9 information amplification and acceleration space stations, they crossed an extremely long distance and crossed an unknown number of nebulae and dust. Finally, after 4 minutes and 12 seconds, they entered the atmosphere of the capital planet of the Federation's upper forest region. After a final information amplification and filtering, they entered the large receiver at the back of the building on the outskirts of the capital, the heavily guarded Bureau of Proclamation of the Federation, the gloomy basement, the officials in black hurriedly walking, the unusually quiet central operation room behind the large dust-proof glass, the first loyal executor of the glory of the Charter, the Federal Central Computer, with an incomparably powerful computing power and an unusually large database, formed a seemingly boring but actually stressful life day after day. The 3 pieces of extremely inconspicuous information entered the central computer. The flashing images on the giant light screen paused for a moment at this moment, then returned to normal. No staff member noticed the abnormality of the central computer, because for countless years, the central computer's secret room had never required the participation of humans. On the contrary, for the sake of the central computer's safety, the Bureau of Proclamation's underground central computing department was completely isolated from the rest of the analysis department. They were only connected by cables or high-security wireless networks. Therefore, the officials of the Bureau of Proclamation regrettably missed the few lines of tiny light dots on the light screen. Citizen serial number, DLAS 42050048, 1X information node missing. Name, Sue Lu. Remarks, Federation 4427 Plan Target 2, death confirmed. Warning, this is an extension of a Level 1 sequence event. Serious warning, there is a 30% probability that citizen Sue Lu has entered an abnormal situation. Serial number is 72. Citizen Sue Lu has entered an abnormal situation. Serial number is 72. Response, search on your own. If you can find him, initiate contact. If the target refuses, establish an observation system and submit a report for the government's reference. Abnormal Situation Handling Procedure 1, end. Chapter 32. The early morning sun shone through the glass window onto the messy pile of blankets on the bed. The fine dust particles in the air fluttered like insects under the bright light, as if they would never feel tired. The warm autumn day, and the fluttering dust did not make the young man under the blankets sigh at the beauty of life. He was still like an ostrich, burying his head in his arms and continuing his deep sleep. Only after a very long time had passed did he somewhat unwillingly open his eyes. He spread out his limbs on the bed and stared blankly at the white ceiling above his head in silence. From the moment he opened his eyes, the craziness of the past 10 hours flooded Sue Lee's mind like a tide. He stared blankly for a long time before realizing that he was now in the room that the boss had specially left for him, and not sleeping on the bed that he was familiar with. Everything that had happened yesterday was real and not a nightmare. He already had a new identity. The chip on the back of his neck had been replaced, and the boss, Uncle, he really was dead. Sue Lu sat up and continued to stare blankly at the bedside for a while. He used his hands to rub his slightly hot face to wake himself up, but when he raised his head to look at the unfamiliar room, he still could not wake up. There was a saying in the Federation that a cunning rabbit would have at least 3 holes. Sue Lu did not expect that the boss, in order to avoid the Federation's arrest warrant, would actually arrange so many escape routes in the capital city of Heshi Province. When he thought of this, a strange feeling emerged in Sue Lee's heart. He felt that something was wrong. This was a single apartment that faced the street. The interior area was not large, and the furnishings were extremely simple. Apart from the large bed by the window, there was only a refrigerator, a TV screen, and a set of tables and chairs. After taking a hot shower in the bathroom, Sue Lu took out a large amount of prepared food from the fridge. Without heating it up, he began to wolf down the food. It wasn't until the table was covered with leftovers and spilled milk that he felt slightly satisfied. The hunger and tiredness from yesterday were slightly washed away. It was only 10 hours of not eating, and with his physique, he should not be hungry to this extent. Sue Lu was also very curious about this phenomenon. Where did the empty stomach and the tiredness of the body come from? Could it be because of the trembling of his body when he escaped from the temporary military camp? He did not want to think about this problem because the only person who could explain this problem was no longer here. Although he planned to leave Heshi Province at night and never come back to this room, Sue Lu still subconsciously tidied up the room, just like how he did after eating in the mines these past few years. After finishing these things, he found that he had nothing to do. The police sirens were still sounding on the streets outside, and the aftereffects of yesterday's explosion were still fermenting. Naturally, he could not go out into the streets to bask in the sun. So he began to sit by the bed in a daze again. After a while, he turned on the TV and somewhat woodenly watched the little girl with purple hair blowing out the candles on the screen. He suddenly remembered that today was the 16th birthday celebration of himself and the uncle's favorite, Jian Shui'er. He also remembered that he was going to be 18 years old, and that the uncle did not know how old he was, and that he would remain at this age forever. So his heart tightened, and he could no longer control his emotions. Looking at Jian Shui'er, surrounded by tens of thousands of people on the screen, tears flowed down his face. Su Lu lowered his head and wiped away the tears on his face. He did not notice that on the screen, Jian Shui'er was beaming as she showed the beautiful bracelet on her wrist to the people around her. For the entire day, Su Lu stayed in this room. Through the information screen on the bracelet, he firmly memorized what he should remember and how to escape from Donglin. At the same time, he took a huge risk and used the knowledge that his boss had taught him to secretly infiltrate the internal network of Donglin's second police station in an attempt to find the current situation of Li Wei and the group of orphans. Then, he entered the civil affairs system and checked the internal information of the fourth museum of the past. Fortunately, he found a suitable target. After doing all this, he cleaned the entire room again and carefully wiped away his fingerprints. Then, he took out a set of clothes from the closet and changed into it. Carrying the backpack that his boss had left in the closet, he walked out of the room, down the stairs, and into the crowd. Wearing a light blue sports jacket with the hood turned up to cover his face and a dark black backpack, Sulu looked like a common young man in the Federation. He would not attract anyone's attention. He purposely chose to leave at 3:00 in the afternoon. It was the time when people were most relaxed. Even so, he carefully walked around a few blocks and climbed over 2 walls before entering the fourth museum of the past. Following the map that his boss had left behind, Su Lu quietly sneaked into the automatic incinerator behind Jingxing Hall. Among the rows of waiting coffins, he found his target according to the name tag. He did not dare to look at the face of the young body in the coffin. Instead, he turned his body sideways and aimed his left wrist at the back of the body's neck. A burnt smell flashed past. The discarded chip that he had replaced last night had successfully entered the body of the body. He then threw the glowing blue signal blocker into the coffin. After pausing for a moment, he threw in the exquisite taser baton. He had only made 2 taser batons. The first one had brought disaster to him and his boss. He did not want the second one, although it could protect him. He felt that it was ominous. Standing in the shadows of Jingxing Hall's dark corridor, Su Lu silently watched the conveyor belt send the coffins into the high-temperature incinerator one by one. Watching the coffins that contained his chip, his boss's signal blocker, and the taser baton enter the furnace and quickly burn into flames, ashes, and residue, Su Li's heart suddenly felt empty. Everything in his past had been burned with this coffin. Now, he only had the name Su Lu. The yesterday that abandoned me will never come back. At night, Su Lu bought a ticket to Fuji. This long-distance bus, called the Big Greyhound by the people of Donglin, was dispatched from the capital of Heshi every night. After a long night's journey, it arrived at the capital of Fuji in the early hours of the next day. Although it was tiring, it was much cheaper than taking a plane. However, Su Lu chose the Big Greyhound to leave the capital of Heshi because the orphans knew that the Federation was the most lenient when it came to the means of transportation used by civilians. On the bright signboard, the 2 big greyhounds' ears drooped weakly. Sulu looked at the armed soldiers and the police wearing bulletproof vests at the entrance and lamented in his heart. He really did not expect that the government would not relax the inspection. If he did not even have the courage to face this hurdle, then how could he live in the Federation with this fake identity in the future? Sulu touched the back of his neck and smiled brilliantly. He smiled so much that his eyes narrowed. He calmly walked towards the door. Chapter 33. He politely asked Sulu to remove his backpack, and the cold metal probe stick rudely pressed against the back of Sulu's neck. After a beep, the identity data reading and verification was completed in an instant. The soldier in charge of the inspection glanced at the information on the small screen on his elbow, looked at Sulu with a smile, and said, "So it's Senior. You look young." Sulu's smile was somewhat forced, and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times before it became more natural. He put on his backpack and said, "Squatters, they can't see the sun all day. If you want to, you can go." There were not many types of soldiers in the Donglin garrison, but the most difficult of them all was the mineshaft maintenance team, which was what the soldiers called the squatters. The soldier patted Sulu's shoulder with a smile and said, "Senior, your luck was bad in the past, but isn't it good this time? You can wait for a ship as soon as you retire." After our former squad leader retired, he had to wait for half a year in the garrison before the Department of Defense sent a spaceship over. They chatted for a while, but because there were still many passengers waiting in line for the inspection, the soldier reluctantly let Sulu go and waved his hand to let him pass. Sulu walked a few steps and did not forget to turn back and thank the soldier. Everything was very normal, but when he sat on the big Greyhound bus and leaned back in the seat, he realized that his back was full of cold sweat, soaking through his clothes. Sulu gently exhaled, spitting out the tension in his body. He wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and sat down tiredly on the soft chair. It was just a checkpoint, but it had already scared him quite a bit. Fortunately, he remembered the identity set by the disguised chip behind his neck, so he barely passed the checkpoint. But then he thought, if in the future someone really found out that he was from the mineshaft, what would he do? Being able to pass the inspection so easily had nothing to do with Sulu's luck. The entire Federation had long gotten used to the convenience, speed, and accuracy of the Federation's electronic surveillance network. The human chip had long since replaced identity documents, except for certain important areas of the Federation that might carry out fingerprint and iris comparisons. The majority of identity confirmations relied on the human chip. Every citizen of the Federation was shrouded in the glory of the first charter from the day they were born, so much so that everyone subconsciously came to the conclusion that the electronic surveillance network would never make a mistake. In fact, for countless years, the central computer of the Bureau of Proclamation and the electronic surveillance network throughout the Federation society had indeed not made any mistakes, except for that mechanic and the youth who was currently sitting limply on the long-distance bus. 23 days later, in the capital of Fuji State, the sky was gloomy, and so was Sulu's heart. He sat in a fast food restaurant on the corner of the street, eating the beef noodles in front of him tastelessly. From time to time, he would raise his head and anxiously look at the solemn building in the middle of the street in the distance. He chose to have his lunch here because this fast food restaurant was the closest to the first instance court in the state of Foggy. He could immediately inquire about the trial today. The police car flashed its lights and turned off its siren as it drove past the street outside the fast food restaurant. Sulu looked out through the glass window. At this moment, he was a little absent-minded. He immediately lowered his head and buried his face in the wide bowl of noodles. He felt like he saw the faces of Li Wei and Xiao Chong in the police car just now. The orphan gang that Li Wei was in had disbanded under the attack of the second police station. For some unknown reason, the trial of the case was arranged to be in the first instance court in the state of Foggy. The Federation's operation to eliminate the mechanic was top secret. Naturally, it was impossible for them to charge the orphans of Clock Tower Street with the meaningless crime of colluding with traitors. Li Wei, who was completely innocent, was finally sentenced to a year in prison. This was because he had just turned 18. This result was quite good. Presumably, the lawyer assigned to Li Wei by the government would not recommend him to appeal to the Court of Appeals or the Circuit Court. However, Su Lu still felt sorry for Li Wei. It was not only because of the prison sentence, but also because he knew that Su Lu definitely felt sorry for himself. This was because the Federation government knew about the existence of Su Lu and the mechanic from him. More importantly, Li Wei must have thought that Su Lu was already dead. "Young man, why are you frowning?" The old man sitting opposite Su Lu, who was also eating noodles, looked at the young man's distressed expression and said with a smile, "At such a young age, you are already pretending to be lonely and imitating despair. This is unacceptable. Even an old man eating noodles on the street could say such interesting words." Su Lu suddenly felt that the heavens had no eyes, allowing him to be surrounded by such strange people. He didn't know why, but he suddenly had the urge to tell his secrets, but he had no one to tell them to. He stared blankly at the old man's wrinkled face and asked, "Old man, have you ever encountered any big trouble in your life? Has there been anything that has made you sad?" No. The old man's answer was very straightforward. He had the crispness of the people of Donglin. In this world, there is no obstacle that cannot be overcome. If you really can overcome it, then it is your fate. Who can fight against fate? It is just a little bitter. Think about it. When have we, the people of Donglin, ever been afraid of hardship? We also do not complain to the Federation about anything. Living happily is not better than anything else. But I just want to live an honest life. There are also troubles that will come to me, and I might even be wronged. Then don't live too honestly. The old man licked the oil soup on the side of his lips and said, "Just like noodles, you need to be chewy, but the broth needs to be smooth and oily. This way, you will not be bullied in society." The Donglin area was rich in stones, but it was also rich in silent and optimistic people like the old man, who were as tough as weeds. Su Lu suddenly thought of the people around him in this life. His emotions calmed down, and he thought of the things that he had not thought of because of his fatigue, anxiety, and sadness. There had been that explosion many years ago, and the boss had survived. Why couldn't he survive this time? Perhaps the boss had switched to another chip and was pretending to be an old university professor. Was he fooling those young female university students? Or perhaps the boss had transformed into a business rookie and was playing with his ability to get money without risking anything. Or perhaps the boss was in some corner laughing at his depression and sadness. Su Lu looked at the old man across from him and said, "Your surname can't be Feng, right?" The old man's surname was naturally not Feng. He looked at the neurotic youth, sighed, and left with the bowl of noodles. Su Lu sent off the old man, sent by the heavens to wake him up. He smiled foolishly at the broth and understood what kind of person he should be in the future. Just like the noodles in the bowl, he should persevere in what he should persevere in and maintain the tenacity in his heart. But to realize the form of tenacity, the boss might be dead, or he might be alive. It was just that he could not meet him. He was wearing a white robe and drifting away. Was this true? But what did it matter? If they did not meet for a lifetime, what was the difference between life and death? The key was what to do about his future, wasn't it? Su Lu had a smile on his face and cheered for himself in his heart. At this moment, this simple and sincere youth's mentality finally changed a little. It was like a ray of sunlight shining into his heart. At this time, the gloomy weather above Fuji had finally dissipated, revealing the incomparably beautiful sunlight. The youth walked out of the restaurant and whistled nervously at the girls on the street. He tightened the backpack on his back and walked in the direction of the garrison. Chapter 34. Before leaving the Heshi region, Su Lu had circled to the 4th Street in the twilight. He took a look at his beloved repair shop from afar, and was shocked to find that the entire building where the shop was located had been reduced to ruins. He did not need to care about how the Federation would explain this matter to society. He could only easily see that the Donglin garrison had directly used heavy firepower to launch an attack on his boss. Comparing this with the formation of the mecha team, for that the colonel belonged to, Su Lu felt a chill in his heart. He did not know just how many important people in the Federation wanted to kill his boss, and what was up with the crime of treason that his boss bore. However, Su Lu did not have the extravagant hope of using the disguised chip to investigate this matter and help his boss clear his name or take revenge. On one hand, it was because his boss had given him a serious warning in his last words. On the other hand, he knew that he was just an ordinary person now. He was too far away from the secrets of the upper echelons of the Federation society. He was so far away that he could not even look up to them. Standing on the empty cement ground of the garrison area's airport, Su Lu turned around and looked at the familiar planet. He took a deep breath, and his eyebrows, which were as thick and straight as knives, became much smoother. It was as if he could not bear the sorrow of leaving. As a retired soldier, he boarded a spaceship on the way to leave the Donglin region and head to the capital ring. This seemed to be his dream for more than 10 years. However, when this dream was realized in a bizarre way, Su Lu still felt like he was dreaming. The identity verification and security check had been completed before he entered the garrison. At this time, Su Lu was no longer as scared as he was a month ago. Instead, he could calmly face the omnipresent electronic surveillance network. He lowered his head and walked into the transit cabin, not forgetting to smile at the soldiers at the door. These soldiers were all from the West Woods. They were responsible for the security of the commercial spaceship above the Donglin region. After a month, the friendly visit between the Westwoods region and the Donglin region ended. They reached a package of reciprocal agreements and confirmed the assistance of the Westwoods to the Donglin region. Those important officials had already returned to the spaceship and were about to embark on the long journey home. The cargo spaceship that Su Lu entered was the last transit cabin in space. Su Li's body was pressed tightly against the back of the chair. The feeling of his head being filled with blood was very unfamiliar to him. He, who had never experienced space travel before, felt a fresh excitement and a trace of fear. Other than him, there was no one else in the cabin full of goods. He didn't know how Uncle Feng Yu set up the disguised chip, but this retired soldier really didn't pay much attention to him, other than the loud noise that reminded him that he was leaving his hometown. When he was about 30,000 meters away from the ground, Su Lu finally relaxed. Following the instructions of the electronic equipment in the cabin, he adjusted the position of his seat. Only then did he have the extra energy to observe the flight cabin that he was in. Unlike what he had imagined when he was a teenager, these spaceships that represented the level of human civilization were not very beautiful. Even if it was just an open space transit cabin, it still looked a bit too crude. The exposed metal on the cabin walls were not covered, and he could even see the circuit system inside the pipes. The smell of engine oil filled the cabin. Looking at this scene, Su Lu could not help but be a little surprised. He thought to himself, is this a F*King old truck or an extremely sophisticated high-tech product? 20 seconds later, Su Lu lost his initial sense of novelty and curiosity. the physiological effects of the load began to appear. His breathing was a little short, but fortunately, in the past 4 years, he had been constantly adjusted by Uncle Fengyu. Compared to other first-time travelers, he had adapted quickly enough and was calm enough. He noticed that the window of the spaceship began to constantly pass by the red dust and some space junk that reflected a metallic luster. Logically speaking, at the current altitude, there should not be so much space junk. Su Lu was a little confused for a while. He just quietly watched. After a long time, the spaceship seemed to have passed through this strange dust area and truly escaped the gravitational pull of Donglin. It was time to remove the restraints on his body. Su Lu carefully left the chair according to the instructions. He felt the strange feeling of weightlessness, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Like a fish, he swung his arms and slowly swam to the side of the porthole. He held the edge of the window with both hands. He did not know if the spaceship was facing the direction of the star at this time. The light outside the window was unusually bright, and the entire cabin was illuminated with a silvery white light. This bright silvery white light illuminated the metal bracelet on Su Li's left wrist very clearly. It even showed some very faint marks that were not easy to find. Su Lu looked down and found 2 lines of small words engraved on the edge of the bracelet. He had not noticed it for the past few days, and he could not help but be surprised. He subconsciously read it softly. In this world, there are 2 things that can deeply shake people's hearts. One is the noble moral code in our hearts, and the other is the brilliant starry sky above our heads. Kant. Su Lu wanted to touch his head, but he found that in the absence of gravity, he swung his hand a little too hard. It hit his head, and it was a little painful. He looked at these 2 lines a little gloomily. He did not know who Kant was, and he was not very clear about the meaning of these seemingly very philosophical words. However, he still had a strange feeling in his heart. This feeling was perhaps called passion, or perhaps it was called loftiness. Retracting his gaze from these words, Su Lu looked at the universe outside the window. The young man, who was preparing to greedily absorb the beautiful scenery, suddenly narrowed his eyes. The scenery outside was completely beyond his expectations. Countless stars were like sesame seeds on a pie, sprinkling over the entire vast universe. The silvery white starlight did not shine, and it was like a holy light enveloping the surroundings. Su Lu looked at this scene with his mouth agape. He grew up in the Donglin area and could only see a few pitiful stars at night. He did not know that the real starry sky outside the atmosphere was so beautiful and dazzling. Suddenly, Su Li's body fell heavily to the ground. He was in pain from the fall because he was so shocked by the sea of stars outside the window that he did not notice the electronic device reminding him that the docking was successful. The gravity was reset, and please return to the restraining chair. After 5 minutes, the cabin door was finally opened. The battered Su Lu climbed up from the ground, found his backpack, and followed the receptionist of the commercial spaceship into the real spaceship. Su Lu found that his eyes were not enough. When he thought about the fact that he was in fact in the endless abyss of the universe, he felt a little strange. When he thought about how the equipment he saw were all high-end goods that could only be seen in books, he felt a little instinctive excitement. The Department of Defense is too stingy. The soldier in charge of leading the way was not surprised by Su Li's reaction. He shrugged and patted him on the shoulder comfortingly. Although we do have to pass by the capital star, the Department of Defense is so stingy. There's no other way. The rooms are already full. I have to ask you to stay in Area 32. No problem. Su Lu nodded. After all, this was the spaceship of the Westwoods people and not the Department of Defense's own troop carrier. It was good enough that he had a room. In the empty Area 32, Sulu stood alone by the giant window, carrying his backpack. He looked at the distant East Forest planet and sighed. Just as he was about to find his room, he suddenly heard a very young and clear voice behind him. It made him want to protect it. Protect me. Sulu turned around abruptly. Then his mouth fell open because he saw a little girl in white pajamas bathed in the silver starlight. The little girl was only 5 or 6 years old. She was holding a doll in her arms. Her innocent eyes were filled with tears, and her whole body seemed to emit a delicate aura. Chapter 35. Protect me. She didn't add the word please in front, which seemed a little unreasonable, but when it was said in a little girl's voice, it was full of incomparable trust and the naivety of a child. The little girl's white pajamas looked incomparably delicate under the starlight. Sulu looked at this scene emotionally, and, for some reason, his heart softened for no reason. He clenched his fists and slowly approached the metal cabin wall. His movements were very slow, as if he was afraid that if his movements were too big, he would bring fear to this pitiful little bird-like girl. The little girl lowered her head, as if she didn't dare to look directly at Suli's face. 2 drops of tears slid down from her long eyelashes, and she looked extremely pitiful. Her lilac-like lips opened and closed nervously, and her voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. Please protect me. Sulu carefully squatted down and looked at the little girl's small face that was carved from jade. Her slightly drooping eyes couldn't hide her ink-like pupils and her small and delicate lips. For a moment, he felt a little absent-minded. He felt that the little girl gave him a very intimate feeling, so he didn't notice that the little girl added 2 words in her second sentence. Little girl, what's your name? Sulu subconsciously blinked and pursed his lips, not wanting to let his absent-minded appearance make the little girl think of something bad. His gaze finally left the little girl's face and noticed that the little girl's hair was very special. Pure black hair draped straight over both sides of her cheeks, and the middle part was very neatly cut into a straight line above her eyebrows and covering her forehead. It looked like a piece of watermelon skin. My name is Joan. Firework. The little girl was still tightly hugging the doll in her arms. She bravely raised her head to look at Sulu. Perhaps it was Suli's honest face that gave her courage, or perhaps it was Suli's straight eyebrows that gave her confidence. She stammered out her name. This name is too unpleasant to hear. Sulu muttered in his heart. He didn't know what this little girl's parents did for them to give her a name that could easily cause ambiguity. He scratched his head and said, "Why don't I just call you Little Watermelon?" The little girl, named Joan Firework, widened her eyes and felt endless confusion. She cutely tilted her head and asked, "Uncle, why Little Watermelon?" Sulu stretched out his index finger and brushed the hair on the little girl's forehead. He smiled and said, "Because your hair is like a beautiful piece of watermelon skin." Although Sulu didn't know that this commercial spaceship belonged to the Ancient Clock Company, and that the 4th Military Region was hiding behind the Ancient Clock Company, he could logically deduce that on such a heavily guarded spaceship, under the glory of the First Charter, at the edge of the universe far away from the Empire's borders, there shouldn't be anything that could threaten such a cute little girl. He also didn't think that this little girl called Zhong Huahua, or Little Watermelon, needed to be protected. On a spaceship, this little girl should have a family accompanying her. But no matter how he asked, Little Watermelon refused to tell him what had happened, nor where her family was. Sulu thought for a while and decided to find the staff on the spaceship. After all, the little girl was a living person, and he didn't dare to take responsibility. Suli's room was in Area 32, which was the most remote area of the spaceship. It had the most backward facilities, and was also the quietest area. other than the noise of garbage being transported from the pipes behind the wall from time to time. No one had come here while the two of them were talking. Sulu took the little girl's hand and walked outside. He comforted her. "Little Watermelon, you don't have to be afraid when you find your family." "Uncle, I'm scared." Little Watermelon was a very sensible child. She probably knew that she had brought a lot of trouble to this strange uncle. When Sulu took her hand and walked out, she didn't make a fuss or struggle. She just held the doll in one hand and lowered her head as she said, "There's a bad guy who wants to kidnap Little Watermelon and take her somewhere else so that Little Watermelon can never see father and mother again." Sulu stopped in his tracks. He turned around and looked at the little girl's side profile seriously, as if he was trying to discern whether this terrifying story was just a child's nonsense, or whether there was a dark curtain hidden behind the light. With this glance, he saw the dust and dirt on the back of the little girl's snow-white nightgown and the stain on the doll. No one came to Area 32. How did this little girl come here alone on such a big spaceship? What about the people who were watching over her? Did the little girl crawl out from those pipes? Otherwise, how could she be so dirty? What kind of horror would make a 5- or 6-year-old girl crawl into those dark pipes? Sulu looked at her seriously for a while. Uncle Fong admired his ability to read people, but he still couldn't see any trace of the little girl lying. Without thinking for too long, Sulu turned around and walked back with the little girl's hand. He wanted to go back to his room and think about it. He was a little worried about leaving the little girl in the hands of the spaceship staff. At least, she would be safe if she followed him. It would be good for him to find out more information before making a decision. The little girl stared blankly for a moment before immediately understanding the meaning behind this turnaround. She walked quickly in small, quick steps in an attempt to keep up with Suli's pace. Her movements appeared especially cute. The tears on her little face had yet to dry when she began to laugh. Her laughter was exceptionally happy, and her large black eyes narrowed together like a crescent moon in the night sky of Shilin Star. "Thank you, Uncle. Call me Big Brother from now on, Little Watermelon." Sulu had always been a straightforward person. Once he decided on something, he would do it to the end. Holding the little girl's hand, he was in a very good mood. His trustworthy eyes squinted, looking very much like the half-lake in the East Woods Nature Conservation Area. The Ancient Bell spaceship was still going through its last logistical energy supply. It was set to leave the East Woods sector at about 6 o'clock tomorrow. During this time, Sulu stayed in his room with Little Watermelon. Perhaps because the budget of the Department of Defense was too tight, the place where he, a retired soldier in name, lived was really a forgotten corner. There didn't seem to be any surveillance equipment in the room. Even so, Sulu still carefully paid attention to the movements outside the door. Through this period of chatting, he gradually gained the little girl's complete trust and finally found out some things. The little girl was from the West Woods. For some reason, she left home and was taken to the Ancient Bell spaceship. On the return journey, she would be sent to the capital planet. She would be 6 years old in 2 months. She was best at piano and painting, but she hated piano and painting the most. She liked to play with mud the most, and it just so happened that she played with mud the least. Perhaps it was because she rarely had the chance to relax and chat like this. The 6-year-old girl chattered nonstop like a little bird. She would often choke because she spoke too fast. Her little face would turn red, and the straight black hair on her forehead would sway in the air. Sulu listened with a bitter smile. The little girl's content was too trivial, and there was no information that he wanted to know. The more he listened, the stranger he felt. He wondered if the little girl had misunderstood something, causing him to misunderstand something. But since he had already promised Little Watermelon, he naturally had to continue. People had to be honest, even if it was a 6-year-old girl. Sue Lu decided to let the little girl hide in her room, for the time being, before he could find out more information. When it was time to eat, Sue Lu reminded the little girl not to run around. He ran to the spaceship's cafeteria and ordered a meal. He didn't talk too much with the spaceship staff, but he still paid attention and found that no one had heard anything about which official on the spaceship lost a child. What made him wary was that the soldiers in charge of security around the cafeteria looked much more serious than they did a few hours ago. A somewhat depressing atmosphere surrounded the cafeteria. Could it be because of Little Watermelon? Sue Lu quietly left the cafeteria. He was a person who didn't attract much attention, so he didn't attract any attention when he left with a meal. Most people on the spaceship didn't even know that a retired soldier from the Donglin region had been arranged to stay in the lounge of Cleaning Area 32. Little Watermelon lowered her head and forked a piece of beef. She put it in her mouth and chewed hard, but the expression on her face revealed that the little girl really didn't like the taste of beef stew rice. But she didn't seem to want to make things difficult for Sue Lu, so she just ate seriously. Sue Lu looked at the expression on her little face and couldn't help but laugh. He said, "If you don't like it, then don't eat it. I heard that the next meal will be good. I've been eating beef for a month and a half." Little Watermelon sighed like an adult and said, "Brother Sue Lu, I'm afraid the next meal will be beef again." Sue Lu deliberately added a spoonful of white rice to this meal. At this time, he was holding his chopsticks and eating the leftover rice from Little Watermelon. When he heard this, he couldn't help but freeze. After being influenced by the boss for so many years, he had become very picky about food. He said with a bitter face, "Synthetic beef tastes the same, and you can actually eat it for a month and a half. That's amazing." After sighing, Sue Lu lowered his head and ate again. He didn't have the habit of wasting food. With his mouth full of beef, he said vaguely, "If there's a chance in the future, I'll kill a bison and let you eat real beef." The little girl's black hair stood straight on her forehead. She looked at Sue Lu with a smile and nodded seriously. Although she had eaten a lot of wild dishes stolen from the Empire with her father in the Westwoods, she still felt grateful for Brother Su Li's words. She thought that her brother was really a good person. Chapter 36. In the faint sound of the engine, the fixed curtains on the room's portholes slowly opened, and the starlight outside the spaceship shone in. Sue Lu, who was engrossed in chewing the synthetic beef, looked up in surprise. He found the little girl with the watermelon haircut looking out of the window quietly. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and she smiled sweetly. Her tender face was full of envy. It was not until then that Sue Lu noticed that the little watermelon's eyes were not big, but they were exceptionally bright. At this time, when she smiled, her eyes narrowed, and she looked very cute. The young man smiled in his heart, thinking that the intimacy he felt when they first met probably came from these eyes. He followed the little watermelon's gaze and looked out of the window. His eyes were fixed in the distance. He slowly put down the chopsticks in his hand and sighed softly. Outside the window was his hometown, Donglin. Thinking of this and changing identities, he did not know if he could ever come back in this lifetime. No matter how optimistic and cheerful Sue Lu was, he felt a little down. Perhaps because he didn't want his emotions to affect the little girl, he forced a smile, pointed at the planet, and said, "I've never thought of looking at it from this angle. The picture albums I used to see in school were much more beautiful than the real picture." The quiet planet was suspended in space. The blue sea and green fields were clearly visible. Even the spaceship could see the strangely large white mine pits, like scars that described the ancient history of the planet. However, at the edge of the planet's atmosphere, there was a layer of gray and light red dust, making the scenery look like it was covered with a layer of gauze. When it fell into the eyes of Su Lu, who was in a bad mood, he could not help but feel a little uncomfortable. That is the legacy of the early days of the planet's development. The little watermelon scratched her hair cutely. She knew at a glance what Su Lu was referring to. She explained in a childish voice, "The three major galaxies of the Federation are at the edge of the silver core. The density of stars in space is too high. Although the Creator magically arranged 3 galaxies for human beings, and they were not torn to pieces by the gravitational force, the light pollution is still very serious. In particular, Donglin is too close to the stars in the system. Without this layer of red soil particle belt shielding the rays, it would be difficult for human beings to survive healthily." Little Watermelon looked at Su Lu and nodded, saying seriously, "Big brother, although the dust is ugly, it is really useful." "Ah, are you saying that the dust is man-made?" "That's right. It seems to have been the largest group explosion in history. At the same time, it was precisely calculated by the 5-man team that the effect was achieved." Su Lu was stunned for a long time. Until today, he finally knew why the sky was always so gray and the stars were always so few. It turned out that everything was covered by the dust. Thinking of how many tens of thousands of years ago, when humans first came to the eastern forest region from the center of the Federation and developed the desolate planet with great difficulty, he was full of respect for those ancestors. He looked at little Watermelon's swaying black hair, shook his head, and laughed bitterly. Another reason why he was shocked was that even a 6-year-old girl knew the history, but he didn't. Although he didn't finish his compulsory education, it was too embarrassing. Little Watermelon took the tissue he handed to her and wiped her mouth. She was smart enough to feel Su Li's uneasiness. She smiled sweetly and said, "This is not in the history textbooks. I just heard from my father that our ancestors were the first people to come to the eastern forest region to develop. In order to remember the great achievements of our ancestors, I started reading these things when I was young." Hearing the explanation, Su Lu felt a little better. However, he noticed another strange thing. If it was an ancient family responsible for developing the eastern forest region, why was little Watermelon's family now in the West Woods? But this was not a question he needed to consider now, so he did not ask further. Only after flying out of the atmosphere did I realize how bright the stars are in the vast universe. Su Lu lowered his head and thought of his boss, who might have been turned into flying ash and scattered on the eastern forest planet. He thought of Li Wei, who was imprisoned by the Federation. He laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "My dream in life was to become a battleship auxiliary officer in the Federation. Now, it seems that if I stay on the battleship every day, I will become a stray cat in the mine." "Brother Su Lu, what's wrong with stray cats?" "Stray cats in the mine. As long as they are illuminated by the headlights, they will stupidly stand on the tracks and never move again. It is probably because they have never seen such bright light before." Su Lu lowered his head and said this, but another voice sounded in his heart. A new life was waiting for him. However, even if he did not avenge his boss and wash away the injustice, he could not risk his life for the Federation. At 6 o'clock the next day, Su Lu, who was lying on the floor and sleeping with his clothes on, was awakened by a loud roar. He put on his coat and lifted a corner of the curtain to look. He found that the eastern forest planet, which was covered with a layer of dust of history, was gradually moving away from him. He knew that the spaceship had finally embarked on its journey to the capital planet. For a moment, he had mixed feelings, but he could not find the right words to describe his feelings. A month ago, he was just an orphan living peacefully on the eastern forest planet. His dream in life was to take the Department of Defense mechanic officer examination and then enter the military or enter the capital ring to further his studies and obtain a decent job in a large company. At that time, he had only taken the tram and had not even taken a plane. Apart from the 17 blocks in the capital of the Hushy state, he had not been anywhere else. He was a complete country bumpkin. However, a month later, he left the Hushy state and boarded a plane to another distant state, Foggy State. He even boarded the Federation's most advanced commercial spaceship and flew in space. He was about to go to the truly distant capital ring. Life's encounters were always so bizarre and unpredictable. Sulu was a little annoyed as he scratched his messy hair. When he turned around and saw the little girl sleeping soundly on the bed, his heart tightened. There was a very dramatic question waiting for him here. He believed that the little girl was not lying, but he did not understand why these strange things always happened to him. He did not think that the little girl was trouble or a burden because he was a person with such a character. As long as someone came to him in need, he was always willing to do his best to help, not to mention that the other party was just a poor little girl. Half an hour later, the roaring sound stopped. In the long silence, the commercial spaceship Ancient Bell left the eastern forest planet and quietly moved into the depths of the universe like a floating bottle. Its speed was getting faster and faster, but the people on the spaceship did not feel anything. In the world of the great system, the speed of the naked eye had lost its effect. There was only a sense of loss that shrouded the huge alloy spaceship. In the next few days, Sulu maintained an absolute low profile on the spaceship. Other than going to the cafeteria to get food, he did not have much contact with the people on the spaceship. Not many people paid attention to this poor retired soldier who lived in the cleanup district. Although he kept a low profile, Sulu was still trying to find the little girl's family or something strange. However, it was to no avail. After several inquiries, he did not hear anything similar at all. Sulu didn't have a choice. He really didn't want to go against the little girl's wishes. Moreover, he had gradually gotten used to the little girl's existence in the room. Perhaps her existence could make his disguised escape journey less cold and lonely. What surprised Sulu even more was that the little girl, who was not even 6 years old, knew a lot. It seemed that her family had a good environment and had trained her to read books since she was young. Although Sulu had not been attending school for the past few years, she had still been working hard in the state university's library as per Uncle Feng's instructions. She had a wide range of knowledge and was very knowledgeable. Even so, she would sometimes be stumped by this little girl's questions. Talking, chatting, and playing games together was the best way to close the distance between people and gain trust. During the long space travel, it didn't take long for the two children to become familiar with each other. Because of the psychological needs of each other, they quickly trusted each other and relied on each other at a speed that exceeded the speed of time. Little Watermelon, you sneaked out of the room by yourself. Do you still remember where the room is? Sulu asked subconsciously one day. He did not have much hope because the ancient bell was too big. How could a 6-year-old girl remember the location? Unexpectedly, the little Watermelon blinked her eyes, then raised her finger and pointed to the ceiling of the room. Sulu was stunned and only reacted after a long time. After inquiring for the past few days, he knew some things about the ancient bell. The spaceship's residential area was divided into 2 floors. Besides the upper floor of the spaceship staff, the upper floor was occupied by the big shots that no one had ever seen before. Are you sure? Sulu looked into her eyes and asked. The little Watermelon nodded and then said in a trembling voice, "But I don't want to go back. Tell me the place, and I'll check it out." The little Watermelon lowered her head and hugged the doll, whispering, "Brother Sulu, I only dare to take you to the place where I crawled out." Sulu, who was covered in dust, stared at the little watermelon in his hand. He could not understand how this little girl could accurately pass through the complicated air conditioning system of the spaceship and directly take him from Area 32 to a completely unfamiliar place. He patted the dust off his body and carefully pushed open the heavy cabin door in front of him. He saw a piece of military green tarpaulin. Sulu curiously lifted the tarpaulin and was surprised to see a mechanical arm facing him. The owner of the mechanical arm was a very tattered, old mech. It was unknown how many years it had been left here. It was covered with dust from history. Chapter 37. Sulu cautiously reached out a finger to touch the mechanical arm that was facing him. His fingertips were immediately covered in dust, and the 3-section alloy finger at the top of the mechanical arm also showed its original color. It glowed faintly with a black light, but the black light was somewhat dim. This dust-shrouded mecha had been placed here by some unknown person for many years, like a sword quietly waiting for its owner. Although covered in dust, it was immortal. The cold sensation traveled from his fingertips to his brain, and Sulu exhaled softly, his eyes filled with suppressed excitement. This was the first time in his life that he had seen a real mecha with his own eyes, and at such a close distance too, within reach. In that instant when he touched it with his finger, he was even worried that this mecha would come to life on its own. Of course, Sulu had already seen quite a number of pictures of mecha in the related periodicals and magazines in the library. A month ago, on the treetop of the hill, he had also seen 11 of the latest model black mecha besieging Uncle Fong alone. However, in the end, it could not compare to the shock of being able to touch one right now. This was the most powerful close combat weapon of the Federation military, something that usually only existed in the fantasies of the average Federation youth. Sulu looked excitedly at this worn-out mecha, but found that this mecha was not only old, its design was also particularly clumsy. It was only because its height was almost touching the ceiling that it showed a bit of deterrence. The weapon loading system on the mecha had long been stripped away, and the connecting parts of the alloy components were also damaged. He did not know if it could still move. Sulu found a nameplate somewhere inside the mechanical leg of this worn-out mecha. Wiping away the dust on it, he stared blankly at the words written on it. He did not understand when the Federation had produced this type of mecha. Little Watermelon, who had been quietly letting him hold her hand, also poked her little head out curiously. After a few glances, she said, "Big brother, M02." M02, the first generation of mecha from the Federation's 37th constitutional era. It was considered a semi-finished product, but the subsequent mecha designs basically followed the design of this model, including the current federal military's most advanced M52 series mecha. They could all be considered its descendants. Sulu raised his head and sighed as he looked at the shabby mecha. Who would have thought that he would actually have the chance to see such a legendary antique? It's broken. Little Watermelon noticed the excitement and eagerness in Sulu's eyes, so he cautiously reminded him, "I've taken it back." Sulu scratched his head and chuckled. He also felt that his impulse at this time was somewhat unreasonable. He forcibly suppressed his desire to continue watching the mecha. After all, compared to his own interests, solving Little Watermelon's problem was more important at the moment. He held the Little Watermelon's hand and continued to walk to the other side of the room. He pulled out the toolbox on the wall, removed the screws for the air conditioning channel, and went in. Without looking back, he said directly, "Wait for me here. Don't run around." This garbage collection cabin, or rather, waste storage cabin, was very remote. No one would come here for many years, so Sulu was not worried about the Little Watermelon's safety. However, not long after he went into the channel, He crawled back with a dusty face. Panting, he squatted in front of the little watermelon and said angrily, "Why didn't you remind me? I couldn't even crawl over." Yes, although there were no monitoring electronic devices installed in the air conditioning channel, the channel itself was very small at some junctions. An adult would not be able to pass through at all. Probably only a child like the little watermelon could pass through these channels and freely crawl around the spaceship. Looking at the dust on Sue Lee's face, the little watermelon covered his mouth and laughed. The idea of finding the little watermelon's room to confirm the truth was dashed. Although Sue Lu had learned all sorts of skills from a random mechanic for a long time, he was not confident that he could be a spy in a high-tech spaceship. Perhaps it was because of his selfishness that he did not know, but in the next few days, he became quiet. He just played with the little watermelon in the room and ate the synthetic beef that was actually not bad, just a little monotonous. The little watermelon was really a very well-behaved child. There were no children's books or even a TV in Sue Lee's remote and quiet room, but she was not noisy or bored. She just sat quietly on the bed and listened to Sulu tell her a story, or she told Sulu a story. "Little watermelon, don't you think it's boring to stay with me?" Sulu seemed to be normal these days, but in fact he was getting more and more worried. How should he deal with this little girl who suddenly appeared beside him like a fairy? Although the journey was long, there would be a day when they arrived at the Capitol Ring. He could not take her away under the noses of so many people, and the little watermelon's family must be very worried about her. The problem was, could her family really be trusted? As long as you don't play the piano or draw, it'll be fine. The little watermelon looked into Sue Lee's eyes and nodded seriously. Perhaps in the little girl's heart, these days of idleness was her greatest joy. Sulu shrugged. He really did not understand the mindset of children. While the little watermelon was enjoying the joy of idleness, he kept feeling that something was wrong somewhere in his heart. The long period of space travel was surrounded by silence, the eternal silence. No matter how beautiful the scenery of space was, at this moment, it became boring and repetitive. Sulu looked out the window at a certain dim star in the distance, and suddenly understood that the strange feeling in his heart was because he longed for something. Still covered in dust, Sulu crawled for a long time through the pipes of cleanup area 32 before he finally reached the waste storage compartment with the heavy alloy door. He did not have time to be proud of his memory and not get lost in the dense network of pipes in the spaceship. He could not wait to once again lift up the army green tarpaulin and let the worn-out and abandoned old mecha appear in front of him. In this instant, Sulu confirmed that his judgment was correct. These past few days, he had been longing to return here, longing to see this worn-out mecha again. At this moment, his entire body was filled with satisfaction and a faint excitement. He longed to return here and see this mecha, not because he had a strong desire to operate a mecha, although this was the desire of most of the youths in the Federation, but because he wanted to fix it. He had passed the first round of the Department of Defense's Mecha Maintenance Officer exam. Although he could no longer continue on this path, his life's ideals, or rather, the interest deeply rooted in the depths of his mind, had never diminished. From a very young age, Sulu had a strong interest in fixing things. After following Uncle Fong for 4 years, this interest did not diminish, but instead grew stronger and stronger. In the mining operations room on the outskirts of Hushi State's capital, in the repair shop at 4th Street of Xianglan Avenue, whenever the youth saw the electrical appliances brought over by his neighbors, such as broken crystal TVs, hard-to-adjust electric car axles, and all sorts of damaged life chips, he would be as excited and impulsive as a vulture seeing rotten meat. He wanted to fix these broken things at the first possible moment. It was just like this worn-out mecha he was looking at now, except this mecha was not quite the same as anything he had fixed before. Sulu was a man of action. Since he had crawled through the pipes to come here, he naturally would not leave just like that. He did not have the slightest bit of confidence that he would be able to fix this worn-out mecha to anything. In fact, he did not even know if he would be able to reconnect the 3 sections of metal, but he still began to work. Before he began, he maintained his good work habits. After rummaging through the dusty surface of the worn-out mecha for a long time, he finally found a vacuum plastic bag. He gave a low cry of surprise, confirming that it was just as the book had said. The bag contained the manual for the M02 mecha. Holding the manual, Sulu began to read with great interest, going from standing to leaning against the wall, to finally sitting down. The starlight outside the spaceship did not change, and so did his gaze. He earnestly and greedily read through all the parameter values and component construction patterns, throwing himself into it. He did not know how much time had passed. Back in Donglin District, the mechanic Uncle Fong had not taught him anything about mecha. Sulu had even expressed his indignant protest and ridicule. He had painstakingly found a piece of mecha central control chip in the junkyard, but in the end, Uncle Fong had said that he did not know how to fix it. The present Sulu naturally knew that his boss was no ordinary person, and it was impossible that he did not know anything about mecha. However, it was already impossible for him to ask his boss any more questions about the technical aspects of mecha. Thus, he could only immerse himself in the dry manual, learning endlessly. After a long time, Sulu finally put down the manual. He lowered his head and thought seriously for a long time, and then began to get up to search for the tools and materials he needed in the waste storage compartment. At the same time, he raised his head from time to time to observe where the worn-out M02 was truly damaged. His gaze swept over the mecha's shoulder and suddenly stopped at a hole in the ceiling outside the cabin door. He smiled guiltily. The little girl's head poked out of the hole, her black hair completely covered in dust. She looked very pitiful. Looking at Sulu on the ground, she said, "Big brother, I'm hungry." Sulu pushed the toolbox on the wall back to its original position, chuckling as he said, "Then I'll go get some food from the cafeteria first." Chapter 38. For a 6-year-old girl to be able to memorize the complicated piping lines in the spaceship compartment and not be afraid of the dark, running around with a doll in her arms, was in itself a shocking thing. However, Sulu recalled that when he was 6 years old, he had already started to run around in the dark mine tunnels with Li Wei. When he was in the mood, he would even catch a few stray cats to play with. So he understood. In the next few days, after eating, Sulu and Little Watermelon would sneak into the air conditioning duct from cleaning area 32. Covered in dust, they would come to the waste storage compartment. Sulu concentrated on learning the manuals, preparing the materials, and studying how to repair this big piece of broken mecha as much as possible. Meanwhile, Little Watermelon would crouch beside him with her doll in her arms, quietly watching Suli's every move. Fortunately, Suli's simple lounge had bathrooms and laundry facilities. Otherwise, how dirty would the 2 children be? But even though she washed diligently night after night, the color of Little Watermelon's white pajamas gradually darkened. Sulu was very interested in the broken mecha, so he could stay there for a long time. Little Watermelon followed him every day because she was interested in Suli's focused expression. What surprised Sulu was that whenever he was in some kind of predicament or had a problem with the drawing of a blueprint, Little Watermelon would always give some seemingly childish, but in fact very creative ideas. Suli's problem with repairing the mecha was that he was unfamiliar with the structure of the mecha itself. Although he could understand the principles and working objectives of some individual chips and linkage devices through the manuals, when it came to a large-scale biological simulation framework, he was somewhat at a loss. This was especially so for this cumbersome old mecha. He had never even seen a picture of it before. Little Watermelon, on the other hand, did not know anything about electronic repair. She just seemed to have seen countless mechas in her short 6-year-old life. Intuitively, she told Su Lu in her childish voice what this place looked like, what this place should look like, and what this place could look like. With a general view of the outer armor, he could help with the internal repair work. Su Lu was pleasantly surprised, but at the same time, he had more questions about Little Watermelon's family. In today's Federation society, general energy was still abundant, but there were not many crystal mines for interstellar travel. Although the mecha used Jingnong high-energy batteries, they were extremely expensive and consumed a lot of energy. The entire federal military now probably had no more than 400 mechas. What exactly did Little Watermelon's family do? How could a 6-year-old girl see so many mechas with her own eyes? These questions flashed through Su Li's mind. He did not think too deeply about it, because at this time, all his attention was attracted by the old mecha in front of him. He threw himself wholeheartedly into the repair work. Although it could not be said that he forgot to eat and sleep, it could be said that he had nothing else in his mind. And so, this old M02 mecha, which had been scrapped a long time ago and thrown into the junk compartment of the spaceship and long forgotten by people, once again played its role and became a toy for Su Lu and Little Watermelon. It was just that this toy was a little too big. The 3 sections of metal fingers were now connected by an alloy wire. This alloy wire had been removed from the sensor handle of an automatic walking sweeper by Su Lu. There was a big hole in the front of the mecha's armor. At this time, it was barely covered by a thick piece of metal that Su Lu did not know what it was. In fact, it was not difficult to repair the exterior of the mecha. After all, Su Lu did not want to repair this old mecha into a powerful weapon that could withstand artillery fire. The key was the chipset inside the mecha, the transmission device, and the information transmission sensor, which were particularly difficult to repair. Fortunately, there was more than one junk compartment in the Ancient Bell spaceship. Su Lu was pleasantly surprised to find a lot of waste in the 3 compartments next to it. Then, he turned all of these waste metal components into the treasures he needed. The chipset was separated into 3 parts by him using alloy wires. In the absence of precision equipment, he only hoped that the chipsets would not interfere with each other. As for the damaged chips, it was impossible to repair them. As for the transmission device, Su Lu pinned his hopes of repairing it on the few or star vehicles in the junk compartment B. Although these 2 transmission devices were completely different models, some of the parts inside could still be interchanged. The most troublesome part was the mecha's signal transmission sensor. Su Lu busied himself excitedly for several days before he finally managed to pick out enough parts from the countless broken electrical appliances. He then spent even more time before he was able to put these parts together. Su Lu, who was covered in dust and engine oil, stared blankly at the tall mecha in front of him. He could not believe his eyes. He could not remember how long it took, but he still did not expect that he could actually put these messy parts together in such a simple and crude situation. Little Watermelon, whose face was covered in dust, hugged a doll and leaned on Su Li's thigh. He squinted his eyes and looked up. After a long time, he said in a childish voice, "So ugly." It was indeed ugly. At this time, the mecha that was repaired by Su Lu was even uglier than before. The paint on the surface of the mecha's body had been ruined beyond recognition. The outer armor, which had been relatively complete, had been torn apart into pieces by Su Lu. This was because those parts could not be perfectly designed into the mecha's system, and their sizes were also completely wrong. Therefore, in order to fit the transmission mechanism in, a part of the outer shell had to be broken off. At this moment, M02 was covered in oil stains and scattered circuit boards. It looked extremely pathetic. It no longer had the solemn feeling of being hidden under the dust of history, nor did it look like an antique. It looked more like a dirty and fat beggar wearing tattered clothes. It's really ugly. Su Lu reflexively rubbed his head. He raised his head to look at the mecha in front of him and said shamefully, "I don't know if it can move." Su Lu truly did not have the slightest bit of confidence in repairing a mecha. This was because this was the first time he had come into contact with this kind of thing. Moreover, he had completely used the method that his boss, Feng Yu, had taught him to repair home appliances. This sounded a little ridiculous and completely inconceivable, so he did not dare to hope that this tattered mecha could really move. Even if those 3-section alloy fingers can move a little, I'll be satisfied. Su Lu looked at the mecha in front of him happily. He thought to himself that his expectations were indeed very low, but in reality, they were also very high. If he could really fix this mecha to the point where it could move, then the heavens really did not have eyes. Let's give it a try. Little Watermelon swung the hair in front of his forehead back and forth, appearing exceptionally serious. He looked at Su Lu and nodded encouragingly. "Big brother, maybe it really can move." There was a stable current output port in the waste storage compartment. This was something that Su Lu had confirmed on the first day. After hearing Little Watermelon's words, he took a deep breath and walked to the back of the beggar mecha. He connected the cable to the current output port on the wall, and then stared intently at the holographic display on the back of the mecha's waist. Only when the holographic display gradually turned red did he breathe a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that this first generation of Jingnong high-power battery was indeed worthy of being called a perfect product of legend. After more than 60 years, it was actually still usable. When the red beam rose to 1/3 of the height, Su Lu stopped charging. This was for safety reasons later. After all, this tattered mecha had been left here for so many years and had been tormented by him for so long. If he started it up at full power, who knew what would happen? Although an explosion was impossible, what if it fell apart? He had encountered many accidents in the mine's operation room over the years, but today he had such a cute little girl like Little Watermelon by his side. Of course, he had to be careful. Where's the hatch switch? Although the M02 mecha's operation hatch had long been damaged, Su Lu still asked. According to the instructions in the manual, the mecha's program loading button could only be activated after the hatch was opened. Little Watermelon blinked, as if recalling a certain scene. She scratched her head in distress and pointed at the protrusion below the mecha's head armor. "I think it's there." Su Lu was already very trusting of Little Watermelon's guidance. As instructed, he smoothly opened the hatch that was no longer there. He then pressed the program loading button and began to wait silently, nervously, excitedly, and uneasily. After an indeterminate amount of time, the tattered mecha's operation hatch suddenly lit up. With a long beep, the self-check signal indicated that it had passed, and a faint, gentle glow enveloped the mecha's entire body. Su Lu stood dumbfounded on the chest armor of the mecha, completely unable to believe what he was seeing. Even the central control system was working. He had not harbored any hope at all for this repair work. But this mecha had actually been repaired, although this was only repairing the most basic parts and functions of the mecha, and could not be considered a complete repair. He still felt incomparably excited and blessed. "Big brother, you're a genius," Little Watermelon exclaimed, clapping her little palms excitedly from the ground. "Of course, I've always been a genius." Su Lu was still in a state of shock. He wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and subconsciously said this with a smile. However, he suddenly felt as if his heart had been struck by a heavy object, and he froze on the mecha high up in the air. Li Wei had once said that he was a genius, and Boss had also said that. Boss, he lowered his head and looked at the tattered parts of the mecha beneath his feet. Those odd-looking components, those chip monitors that were already showing signs of instability due to power issues, found them somewhat familiar. Only now did he understand why his technique had not felt at all rusty in the past few days of repairing the mecha, nor had he found it unfamiliar or difficult at all. Uncle Feng had taught him how to repair electrical appliances for 4 years, and he had even complained about it. It turned out that in the process of repairing those ordinary electrical appliances, the boss had already taught him the more precise techniques and broader thinking of how to repair mecha. Su Lu stood on the mecha shrouded in a gentle glow, completely dumbfounded. He thought to himself that he was a boolsh *T genius, but he was actually an idiot. Chapter 39. Abnormal current output in Area 38. Please check. In the captain's main control room of the commercial spaceship, the computer's emotionless voice sounded. The captain acted as if he didn't hear it. He put down the coffee cup in his hand and said to himself in a nervous tone, "Where did she go? Where did she go?" It had only been a month since the spaceship left the Donglin district. During this month, the captain, who was originally fat, had obviously lost a lot of weight. His eyes, in particular, were surrounded by dark circles. He looked extremely haggard. It seemed that the cups of coffee in his hand did not help him in the slightest. "There's an abnormality in Area 38. The spaceship's computer didn't repeat the warning. This time, it was the captain's secretary who spoke. The middle-aged man carefully looked at his boss and said, "Do you want to send an engineer to check it out?" "Check, check, check, check my ass." The captain suddenly became furious. He jumped up like a ball and pointed at the secretary's nose and scolded, "I don't care about that damn woman in Area 38. I don't care about that damn 3721. I want everyone to go find the miss." "Find the miss? We've been looking for so damn long. Why haven't we found her yet?" Obviously, this wasn't the first time the secretary had to deal with the captain's anger. So he was still calm enough. He looked down and calmly replied, "The ancient bell has a total of 42 areas. It would take a standard 5 days to search through all of them. The problem now is that we don't have enough manpower to do this. The most important thing is that the spaceship is too crowded right now, so we can't do this with great fanfare. The spaceship's central control system has been able to confirm the miss safety these days, and she is indeed on the spaceship. So, Captain, please don't worry too much." Without waiting for the captain to continue to be angry, the secretary immediately suggested, "If we request the Bureau of Proclamation to help locate her, I believe that it will take at most 3 minutes to find the miss's whereabouts." The captain was silent. He had too many reasons not to let the people in the Federation know about the miss's disappearance, because this matter would cause too much trouble. The spaceship's central control system had been able to confirm the miss safety, so in addition to his anger and anxiety, he still maintained a little calmness and didn't blindly and confusedly submit an emergency request to the Bureau of Proclamation. The captain sighed and rubbed his slightly sore cheeks. He then closed his eyes and began to think. There were a total of 3 missions on the ancient clock. The first one was the friendly exchange mission between the Westwoods region and the Eastwoods region. The second was to secretly transport the 4th Military Region's Special Mecha Team to carry out the 4427 plan. The third was to send the young mistress to school on the capital planet. In the original plan, the Special Mecha Team that carried out the second mission had another mission, which was to be responsible for the lady's safety. However, the people from the Woods didn't expect that the target of Plan 4427, the traitorous mechanic, would be so powerful. In the end, it forced the ancient clock to expend a lot of energy, and at the same time, It also made the 4th Military Region pay a price. The mecha team, led by Colonel Lake, had been affected by the shockwave, and all of them had been heavily injured. Although none of them had died over the past few days, a few of them had fallen into a coma, and a few of them had been vomiting nonstop. It was precisely because of this unexpected situation that there was a huge loophole in the young lady's safety protection. After the young lady went missing, the Westwoods did not have enough manpower to search for her. The fat captain opened his eyes and said, angrily, "What about the student soldiers in the delegation? There hasn't been any news at all these days. Did they grow up eating sh*T? There were too many people on the spaceship, and the Westwoods didn't know who could be a spy from the Investigation Bureau or an outpost from the Bureau of Proclamation. They couldn't even confirm if there were any special agents from the Special Task Force. If they wanted to quietly find the young lady, they could only trust people from the Westwoods." Coincidentally, in the delegation that visited the Westwoods region, there was a group of students from the Westwoods Military Academy, so this serious task was given to them. However, the surveillance footage of the day the young lady went missing had been reviewed many times. The people from the Ancient Clock Company confirmed that the young lady did not leave the second floor, so the scope of the search had been limited to the upper floor. Those military academy students, who were regarded as geniuses, were like spiders with limited movement routes in a spider's web. How could they find the target who had already climbed to another tree? The secretary glanced at him, thinking that the captain and himself were both from the Westwoods Military Academy. Those 18 or 19-year-old officers should be considered their juniors. How could he have the heart to say something like growing up eating sh*T? He lowered his head and said, "I keep feeling that we missed something." Then expand the scope of the search. A trace of irritation flashed in the fat captain's eyes. "Go down and look. Just remember not to alarm too many people. Don't let those unrelated know." As he was talking, the spaceship's communicators suddenly lit up, and a silent and cold middle-aged face appeared on the light screen. The secretary immediately stood at attention and saluted the middle-aged man on the light screen, then left the command cabin. The fat captain also stood up immediately. Although he knew that the interstellar communication had a very long delay, he still saluted meticulously and said loudly, reporting to the commander, "There is still no news. We can only confirm that she is safe." Then he immediately lowered his head and said with great shame and pain, "Boss, the fat man deserves to die." This time, the communication had not been time-corrected or tuned. The middle-aged general on the other end of the light screen spoke a few minutes ago and was not directed at the captain. Keep looking. Firework is very naughty, but Firework is smarter than you people think, so don't worry too much about her. Just remember one thing, Firework must go to school in the capital. As for the news of her disappearance this time, strictly prohibit it from being leaked. I don't want those skinny old members of the management committee to make an issue out of this matter and say that our 4th military region is looking for excuses to delay the investigation. Yes, boss. The captain's heart was really full of shame. The hands by his side clenched tightly, thinking to himself that if he really did find the young miss, he would definitely see who dared to help her and find food for her every day. When the time came, he would definitely tear that person to pieces. Right at this moment, the spaceship's central control computer emitted a cold voice again. Abnormal power output in Area 38. Abnormal ground stress. Suspected to be an internal impact. At this time, Sulu did not feel like he was being torn to pieces. Although he had always been suspicious of Little Watermelon's background, there was no way he could have connected the little girl to the 4th military region, the Federation, or any other distant upper-class existence. After all, he was just an orphan who had grown up at the bottom of the Federation's hierarchy. Subconsciously, he felt that those things were very far away from him. Moreover, right now, his whole mind was focused on the broken mecha beneath his feet. A faint glow seeped out from the cockpit, and in this glow, Sulu, who was stepping on the door of the mecha, looked like a figure from a painting. Suddenly discovering the secret hidden in his hands, knowing what he had learned in these 4 years, in this instant he naturally thought of his teacher, his friend, his boss, Feng Yu. The youth could not control the sadness in his heart. He lowered his head and cried silently. His tears dripped onto the surface of the broken mecha, washing away a few traces of dust. Seeing him cry, little Watermelon made a soft sound, and then hurriedly covered her mouth with her 2 small hands. She did not know why Big Brother Sulu was crying. Could it be because he had been able to fix this broken mecha? Could this be what the books called crying tears of joy? It didn't take long for Sulu to come back to his senses. He used his sleeves that were full of oil to wipe away the tears on his face, making himself look like a dirty tiger. He looked at the small watermelon on the floor with some embarrassment and said forcefully, "You didn't scare me, right? I won't cry again in the future." He was a man of his word. Since his boss had already left, regardless of whether he was dead or alive, there was no point in trapping himself in these emotions. He would just remember him in his heart and then live out his life well. From that second onwards, Sulu rarely cried, until many years later when he was caught in the rain while walking on the streets. The central control chip of the M02 mecha had long been damaged, and most of its functions had already failed. Sulu naturally did not expect to be able to fix the chip in this kind of environment. He had only used some crude and clumsy methods to block the mecha's own alarm system, wanting to test if the transmission performance was good. At this time, since the mecha had already passed the self-check, the excited him naturally wanted to try it out. With some difficulty, he squeezed into the open cockpit, and following the instructions on the manual, he found the control panel without much difficulty. Sulu carefully reached his arm into the fixed valve, and his 10 fingers pressed against the simulated surface in a fixed order. Then, to his disappointment, he found that although the transmission system of this mecha seemed to be working, the signal input device was still unable to connect. To be more precise, there was no way to establish a connection between the simulated surface of the control panel and the chipset he had installed. No matter how hard he tried, the entire mecha remained motionless. Left with no other choice, he could only switch to the simulation system, connecting the sensors directly to the surface of his skin. This type of system had basically been phased out by now, because scientists had confirmed through their research that no matter how developed the human body was, the reaction speed shown by using the simulation system would still be very slow. Moreover, this type of control method required too much energy, so no one would be able to use this method to operate a mecha for long periods of time. It was just that in the early days of the constitutional calendar, more than 60 years ago, the M02 model had still retained this sort of useless system. Anyway, he just needed to make the mecha move a little, so Sulu did not mind sweating. This was an illusion of skin and muscle tissue. It was very thick and very heavy. Suli's brow furrowed, and he found that perhaps because the mecha had been damaged for too long, there was a problem with the sensor system. His nervous system was directing the movement of his muscles, but there was no way to make this mecha move at all. Suddenly, with a flash of inspiration, or perhaps it was an instinctive reaction, Sulu pursed his lips and closed his eyes. His waist instantly began to tremble, and a huge force was transmitted directly from his waist to his arms. Then, with a muffled grunt, he raised both arms. Mirroring his actions, the huge tattered M02 mech slowly raised its arms amidst a series of teeth-numbing screeches. Under the surprised gazes of the 2 children, the mecha took a step forward, and then it collapsed with a loud crash. With a loud crash, the M02 mecha fell to the ground in front of the little girl in white, becoming a pile of metal parts and circuit boards emitting green smoke. Chapter 40. A loud noise came from Area 38 at the back of the commercial spaceship Ancient Clock. After a while, the ashen-faced Lu finally crawled out of the pile of metal components and electrical circuit boards. The youth stupidly stepped on a piece of the mecha's front armor and stood there in a daze for a long time. Only then did he remember to use his hands to feel around his body. After confirming that he had not been hit by the heavy mecha fragments and that there were no serious wounds on his body other than some scratches, he finally let out a sigh of relief. In an extremely ancient chronology, 60 years seemed to be a very important period of time. It was called 30 years and represented an extremely long period of time. This worn-out M02 mecha had been in this junkyard for an unknown period of time, but it had been at least 60 years since it left the factory. The damage it had suffered back then and the natural aging of the metal components had made it easy for it to fall apart. It disintegrated in an instant, but it did not turn into a 2-story building debris and bury Lu in it. Li's face was a little pale. His hands and legs were somewhat uncoordinated as he crawled over the high and low metal components on the ground. The first thing he did was to pull out the charging plug from the wall's current output port. He then walked around the wall in a circle before he finally reached Little Watermelon. He did not even dare to look at the ground. Little Watermelon was also scared out of her wits. Her eyes were wide open as she looked at the empty space. It was as if the mecha that had suddenly collapsed in front of her was still there. Her mouth was wide open, and her expression was extremely cute. That dirty doll also fell from her hands onto the floor. Lu hugged the little girl in his arms and comforted her. Only then did he manage to coax her back to her senses. Lu turned around and looked at the mecha fragments on the ground. There were actually quite a few sharp metal sections. His heart was still beating fast as he said in a hoarse voice, D***, this is too weak. A mecha whose main components were all made up of anti-fatigue alloys. Although it had survived for 60 years and suffered fatal damage, it should not have been so weak. Li's complaints were clearly not in the right place. Up until now, he still did not know that it was his method of operating his mecha that had caused this dangerous outcome. That strange tremor that had originated from his waist and spread to his limbs had been magnified by sensors to the transmission system of the mecha, and then magnified accordingly, causing the old mecha to be unable to withstand such strong vibrations. Moreover, the young man's repair work over the past few days had damaged the connection strength of the mecha's body a second time, resulting in the shocking scene of the mecha disintegrating in one step earlier. Putting aside the real reason for the mecha's disintegration, when Little Watermelon heard Li's strange words, she felt that it was very fresh and very amusing. She giggled, and there was no longer any trace of fear on the little girl's face. Lu scratched his head and smiled bitterly. He carried the small watermelon and walked towards the air conditioning channel outside the cabin. Although he did not know that the people on the spaceship had decided to search the lower level, he knew that the loud noise from before would definitely alert many people to come and investigate. Crawling through the stuffy darkness of the slender channel, Li's hand would occasionally nudge the small watermelon's delicate white shoes. His mood was unusually relaxed, without a trace of regret. That M02 he had repaired with his own hands had only taken the first historic step before disintegrating. He might never be able to enter that abandoned storage pod again, but he had finally gotten close to a mecha for the first time, and had even repaired a mecha with his own hands. Even if it had not been a success, the youth had no plans to become a mecha warrior. To him, This old and broken Mecca was just an unusually rare experimental material. Thus, he could only sigh, admitting that it was indeed very foolish of him to dream of repairing an intricate Mecca in such a simple and crude environment, using those scraped-together materials from all over the place. These past 4 years, Feng Yu's teachings, by example, had always played a role in areas that Su Lu was well aware of. Mecha mechanics had always been dismissive of the mecha worshipped by little boys. They believed that in modern warfare, mecha were such high-energy and low-energy close combat weapons, and were really useless. Just a random group of cannons would be enough to burn these expensive diamonds into black charcoal. Other than those large-scale leaping special forces operations, mecha were just decorations. Although in these past few years, Su Lu had never admitted this in front of Uncle Feng, he had subconsciously accepted this concept. Except, mecha were really cool. Half a minute after the ceiling panel on the ceiling had been replaced, a flurry of noisy and frantic footsteps arrived at Area 38 behind the spaceship. The sound of cabin doors opening rang out one after another. Finally, the storage compartment that stored the old mecha and even more abandoned metal parts was opened. More than 10 young men, wearing light brown officer uniforms, hurried in. With one glance, they discovered that the loud noise had come from here, and also discovered the strangeness of this room. The gloomy-faced captain and his personal secretary parted the crowd and walked in. The captain walked to the mecha fragments strewn all over the floor, and with his hands behind his back, swept a few glances over them. Then, he walked to the other side of the crowd, bent down with some difficulty, and picked up the dirty doll on the floor. Miss was here just now. The captain's expression was even more gloomy than before. The secretary glanced at him and lowered his head. He did not blame his superior at this inappropriate time, nor did he pay attention to the abnormal current output alarm of the central control computer just now. The plump captain walked around the mecha fragments with his fat body, picking up a metal plate or a circuit board that was still smoking from time to time. His expression grew heavier and heavier, and without turning his head, he ordered, "The search direction is on the next floor. Focus on Area 33 to Area 42. Pull up all the videos from the past few days, see which areas the pipes here lead to, and find the most suspicious ones." The captain looked up at the entrances of the pipes, not far away, his brows furrowed tightly, and said, "Separate the stun batons and guns, and use the fastest time to find the miss." The officers in brown uniforms were all exchange students from the Westwood's Military Academy. To be able to represent the first-rate Westwood's Military Academy on a visit to Donglin, they were naturally the best of the best in the academy, and were also the focus of the 4th Military Region's training. After hearing this, they very sensitively sensed the strangeness. Just looking for a 6-year-old girl, did they need to take the risk of equipping the ship with guns? But none of them dared to have the slightest doubt about the captain's orders. They just suppressed their excitement and uneasiness, looked at each other, and walked out of the cabin door to begin preparing for the search. "Why do you need guns?" The secretary walked to the captain's side and asked in a low voice. He knew that the captain must have discovered something very important. Otherwise, he would not be so nervous. The captain's gaze lowered, staring at the mecha fragments and some strange components on the floor, and said, "This broken mecha has been here for so many years, I've forgotten. That person actually tried to repair it. Mineral Star walking car, self-propelled cannon, and even a F*King's self-propelled sweeper." The captain's tone was full of anger and mockery, but more than that, it was a feeling of absurdity. He actually wanted to use these things to repair a mecha. If this person dares to have such an idea, then he is either a genius or a madman. Maybe that person is a madman deep down, but this mecha clearly moved and then fell apart. Although he failed, you have to admit that he is a genius. The captain's eyes stared at the secretary like an eagle. A crazy genius is kidnapping our miss right now. Not to mention guns. Even if you want me to connect to the central computer of the Bureau of Proclamation right now, I am willing. Although the juniors in the military academy grew up eating shit, I still trust their abilities. I don't think they are stupid enough to shoot around without looking at the environment. The captain's eyes gradually became anxious. I'm just thinking, who is the person who can kidnap the miss right under our noses? Is it a spy from the Empire or someone from the anti-government army? The anti-government army has been disbanded for many years. They have been non-violent and non-cooperative all these years, so it shouldn't be them. The secretary was worried, but still eliminated the target. The captain said sternly, "Have you been brainwashed by those people? How could someone from the Empire get on our West Woods ship? How would those refugees from Bermuda dare to enter the territory of the Federation, other than the anti-government army? Who else would keep provoking the relationship between the 4th Military Region and the Federation?" It turned out that the fat captain's worrisome judgment was a misunderstanding or a mistake. A person's vision always had blind spots, and a search job would also have blind spots. That was why the people on the ancient clock couldn't find the little girl for so many days. Once they readjusted the correct direction, with the help of the powerful computer, it only took the staff 3 minutes to find the suspicious point in the video. A picture taken through the surveillance camera was enlarged and sent to the captain. In the picture, a little girl in white pajamas was standing quietly beside a young man, quietly looking at the beautiful scenery of the stars outside the large porthole. This was the day before we left the Eastwoods region, and also the day the miss went missing. The captain's expression eased a little because in the video, the staff did not find any trace of the miss being held hostage. Find this young man. Find the miss. Soon, all kinds of information were sent back. Once the target was confirmed, the ancient clock, which had a strong military background in the West Woods, responded quickly. It really had the style of a field army. At that time, Sue Lou and Little Watermelon had just taken a shower in the room. He was wrapping the little girl's shaking head with a snow-white towel and preparing to dry her hair. Suddenly, he found that the door of the room was silently opened. More than a dozen black and extremely cold muzzles were pointed at his head. Chapter 41. As the 4th Military Region's Special Mecha Team was all injured, the soldiers in charge of the search on the Ancient Bell were all from the Westwoods Military Academy. These young officers under the age of 20 were the cream of the crop. Every one of them had excellent abilities and results, which was why they were arranged to visit the Eastwoods region. Today, every one of them had the ability to enter the 4th Military Region's elite Special Forces Brigade. In the future, they were destined to bathe in the flames of war on the border between the Federation and the Empire. They would continue to advance. The environment around them and the process of their growth gave them a sense of pride in their bones. However, in these few days, they couldn't find the young miss. The severe sense of failure made them feel extremely depressed, and their pride turned into irritation. Among these West Woods Military Academy officers, Jean was recognized as the leader. This was because he was the strongest individual and had the strongest leadership skills. This included this moment, where he was the one who planned the surprise attack to rescue the young miss. Jean was 20 years old this year. He was handsome, and his youthful face carried a strong military aura. He looked at the young man under his gun and frowned slightly. The other party shouldn't be a professional. Otherwise, it was impossible that he didn't notice the surprise attack. But why was this person still so calm under so many guns? Was it this young man who kidnapped the young miss and hid her for so many days under his search? A trace of doubt flashed through Zhou Jin's heart, but he didn't hesitate to grab the young miss in the other party's arms. With a crisp slap, Zhou Jin's heart sank. He felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and his hand grabbed nothing. He frowned again, thinking that this person's grappling technique was very strange. He couldn't see how the other party stretched out his hand. Su Lu sat on the edge of the bed and raised his arm to block the soldier's outstretched hand. With his right hand, he shielded Little Watermelon behind him. He stared at the other party warily and asked, "Who are you?" Su Li's calmness surprised Zhou Jin, because not everyone could remain calm while being aimed at by so many guns. That was because this military academy student did not know that just over a month ago, Su Lu had already experienced such a situation. Moreover, in order to protect the little girl beside him, he had to remain calm. One of his hands held Little Watermelon behind him, protecting her tightly. His fingers clamped a corner of the snow-white towel, so that the towel was still placed on Little Watermelon's head, so that she wouldn't be scared when she saw the cold muzzles. Su Lu raised a question, but no one answered it, because in the eyes of this group of proud officers, this young man was a criminal who had kidnapped the young miss. He was the target of their incomparable hatred. Who would chat with a criminal? Moreover, the young miss was still in his hands. A burly officer rushed forward and struck Su Lu hard in the neck with his elbow. For the sake of the young miss's safety, of course they did not dare to shoot recklessly in such a small space. The safest choice was to knock the criminal out or knock him down at the first moment. Seeing this powerful elbow strike the target's neck directly, the officers from the Westwood's military academy simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Even the always cautious Zhou Jin's expression relaxed slightly. He lowered his gun slightly and took a step forward, preparing to cut off the young miss from the criminal before he fell to the ground. In the eyes of these proud Westwoods people, anyone who took a direct hit from Wang Meng's elbow on the back of the head could only end up fainting and falling to the ground. However, what none of them expected was that Zhou Jin's hand missed again. The young criminal did not fall, but instead shrunk back and protected the little girl, who was still covered in the white towel, to the furthest corner of the room, beside the window. Zhou Jin's eyes narrowed. Su Lu cautiously put down his palms that were on the side of his neck. The edges of his palms were slightly red. Just a moment ago, facing the whistling elbow, he subconsciously moved according to the set of movements that the uncle had taught him. His body's natural reaction allowed his palms to enter the area faster than the opponent, and the palm that passed through his armpit cleverly neutralized the huge force. However, the current situation did not change at all. With so many guns aimed at him, Su Lu did not dare to make any sudden movements, nor did he dare to try to break out of the encirclement. He could only carefully protect Little Watermelon behind him. He felt that this situation was a little strange and tried to explain something. If the other party was really one of those bad guys Little Watermelon had described, then what to do was something that needed to be considered later. However, the officers from the Westwood's military academy, who were already in a frenzy, did not give Su Lu any chance to explain. In the shortest amount of time possible, they confirmed that Su Lu did not carry any weapons. Following Zhou Jin's dark and angry voice, 4 military academy students pounced at the same time. Under the suppression of the guns, Su Lu was knocked to the ground. Earlier, he had clearly heard the words of the soldier who seemed to be the leader and did not dare to take the risk. Countless fists landed on his body at the same time. The immense pain made his body curl up. Little Watermelon, who was covered in a white towel, was also snatched away by the other military academy students at the first instance and distanced herself from him. Right at this moment, A cold voice came from outside the room. Beat him up for interrogation first. Beat him until even his mother can't recognize him. The fat captain walked in with a gloomy expression, seeing the figure of the little girl safely protected by the military academy students. He breathed a sigh of relief. He anxiously went to the little girl's side to confirm that she had not suffered any injuries. "Don't hit Big Brother." Little Watermelon's shrill voice rang out through the white towel. Her crisp, childish voice was particularly piercing due to her anger. She immediately lifted the white towel on her head and glared angrily at the soldiers who had pinned Sulu to the floor. The room suddenly became quiet. The white towel was flipped up in the air, revealing the little girl's tender face and her swaying black hair. "Miss, The fat captain picked up the little girl and prepared to take her away from this place, lest the little girl's clean eyes be sullied by the interrogation later. He did not expect that after the little watermelon was held in his arms, she would suddenly struggle. She screamed and scratched everywhere with her 2 hands. She was as violent as a little tiger. She scratched the fat captain's face until there were streaks of blood. She screamed out loud, "Let go of Big Brother." "Name." After a slight hesitation, Sulu, who was sitting by the bed, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, "Sulu." "Place of origin?" "Work." "You're actually a retired soldier." The fat captain raised his wrist and waited for the contents of the information confirmation. He looked up, looked at Sulu, and said, "According to the Federation's regulations on spaceship management, I have the right to exercise limited law enforcement authority on this spaceship. I will arrest you for kidnapping a child." The crime of kidnapping a child was a felony in the Federation. It was punishable by more than 7 years of imprisonment, up to the death penalty. Sulu licked the crack on his lips, looked up, and stared at the fat captain. Looking at the blood on his face, he said mockingly, "I want to see your work permit. I also want to see the management power of the little watermelon, Zhong Huiyen's parents. I'm a retired soldier. I don't have any law enforcement authority, but I have reason to suspect that you tried to kidnap a girl. Unless you kill me, I will report you to the police after we get off the ship." The captain looked at Sulu as if he was looking at a monster. After a long silence, he suddenly laughed. "Are you joking?" "I'm not joking. If you can't produce her family's management power of attorney, I have the right to suspect you." Sulu felt a little sweetness on his tongue. Only then did he realize how ruthless the soldiers were. "Okay, I can give you all of this, but how do you explain your behavior for so many days? Even if you accidentally ran into the little miss, don't you know that this kind of thing should be left to the staff to deal with, and not you hiding her yourself?" The fat captain interlaced his fingers and said slowly, in fact, while his heart was relaxed, he also felt that this matter was too absurd. After the little watermelon's desperate resistance, the people in the field finally understood what happened after the little miss disappeared. The people in the Westwoods naturally understood that the young man, who they initially regarded as a spy against the government or a criminal who kidnapped a child, was actually just a pitiful person who had suffered an undeserved disaster. For some unspeakable reason, the captain did not intend to let Sulu go just like that. He still looked at the young man coldly and kept putting pressure on him. However, Sulu did not seem to feel the pressure and said calmly, "The little miss said that there are bad people in her family who want to take her away from her hometown and never let her see her parents again." At this time, the management power of attorney was finally faxed to the ancient bell from the distant West Woods. At the same time, the spaceship also confirmed the identity of the chip behind Sulu's neck. The captain handed 2 pieces of paper to Sulu and said mockingly, "You're not young anymore. How can you be so naive to believe the words of a little girl who ran away from home?" Sue Lu flipped a few pages and thought of the suspicious points that the little watermelon showed during this period. He knew that the fat captain was not lying. The little watermelon's family did want to send her to school in the capital ring, and the little watermelon might have misunderstood something. After hearing the captain's mocking words, Sue Lu did not raise his head and said directly, "Why can't I believe her? I've always been willing to believe in people and help them, even if she's only 6 years old." "So you're a hothead with a strong sense of justice." The captain was slightly stunned and stood up to mock him. Sue Lu raised his head, stared at his face, and said seriously, "Isn't it better to have a strong sense of justice? Even if it's overflowing, isn't it a good thing?" The captain was speechless and looked seriously at Sue Li's sincere and honest face. It seemed that he wanted to distinguish whether such a person really existed in this world. After the captain left, the room became quiet again. Sue Lu, who was under house arrest in the room, looked at the gun barrel on his forehead and said to the young soldiers, "Can you put away the gun? I'm not a criminal, and I hate having a gun pointed at my head the most." A trace of disdain flashed across the faces of the officers. These people originally wanted to make him suffer a little. At this time, when they heard Sue Li's words, they used their ice-cold gun barrels to poke his temples. Sue Lu felt a burst of pain, and he couldn't help but raise his head to look at the other party. Chapter 42. The flight of the spaceship was basically automatically handled by the central control computer, unless there was a dangerous space jump. Under normal circumstances, the commercial captain or the battleship captain was the most idle person in the entire spaceship. The fat captain took the coffee handed by the secretary, leaned against a hatch in Area 38, and took a sip. His face showed an expression of endless satisfaction. One of the things he appreciated most about his secretary was that no matter when and where, the other party could accurately hand over a cup of coffee, regardless of the temperature. He finally found the young lady safe and healthy. It's just that her temper seems to have become a little worse. But so what? The fat captain touched the bloodstains on his face and smiled bitterly. With the coffee in his hand, the weight in his heart was lifted. After so many days of suffering, how could he be dissatisfied? Unfortunately, Area 38 was a clean area, and the smell in the air was not very clean. The fat captain sniffed and scolded in a low voice. The Department of Defense is too stingy. Although he is a retired soldier, why did they give him money to live here? When the young man was mentioned, the secretary smiled gently and reminded softly, "The identity of the young man has been confirmed. He has just retired from the Donglin area and has no chance to contact any anti-government parties. And this young man has no criminal record. His file is very clean. Maybe this is really a misunderstanding." The fat captain took a sip of coffee and glanced back at the hatch not far away. He wondered what happened to the young man inside. He smiled and said, "Of course I know this is a misunderstanding. Although the young lady is young, she will not be easily deceived. If she didn't believe that the kid was really a silly young man of justice, do you think he would still be alive at this time? Then why did they still lock him in the room and let those military school officers guard him?" The secretary pushed his glasses, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. On the way back to the young lady's room, he carefully inquired about the young man, and he admired the young man's performance these days. Are they really going to send him to the police station on the charge of kidnapping a child? When did you start wearing gold-rimmed glasses? The captain stared at him and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I don't have that kind of free time." The fat fingers gently tapped on the cabin wall. The captain's eyes narrowed, and he said word by word, "I still think this young man is a bit strange. Do you remember the parts on the floor in Area 42? This is not a skill. that a retired soldier can master. The secretary subconsciously spoke for Su Lu. Didn't you fail? Besides, everyone may have their own secrets. I don't want to know that young man's secret, but I admire him. The fat captain raised the coffee cup in his hand and said with a smile, "Good moral character is often only an adjective suitable for children, but I suddenly found that this kid is also worthy of these 4 words. Let me ask you, if you were in his position and suddenly met a little girl who asked you for help, what would you do?" The secretary pushed up his glasses again. After thinking seriously for a long time, he said he should contact the staff of the spaceship. But he didn't. He believed Mississippi. That may be said to be a merit because he is kind, but on the other hand, he is not very trusting of other people, especially grown-ups. The captain emphasized, except himself. That's why he was willing to risk the unknown and accompany young Miss for so many days. Moreover, he had been protecting young Miss behind him the entire time. What are you trying to say? The secretary found that he could not keep up with the captain's thoughts. I value this young man very much. I can tell you one thing. An hour ago, after the commander learned about this young man, he was also very interested in him. You can use the word value. The captain said with a smile, capable, moral, and responsible. There are not many young people with these 3 qualities. You mean the military region is going to recruit him? Not to that extent. I'm just observing. After all, young Miss likes this young man very much. The captain shrugged, and the fat on his body made his uniform shake. But I'm really curious. Are the officials of the Department of Defense's recruit office and the assessment department all blind? A soldier with such potential was actually sent to the underground of the Donglin district to build a pit, and after 2 years, they let him go home. Damn it. No wonder the quality of the recruits filling the front line is getting lower and lower. If the war from more than 10 years ago happened again, how many people do you think would have died? Then I don't understand. The secretary continued to express his doubts honestly. His identity has been confirmed, and he is harmless. In the future, we still have to observe and establish contact. Then why keep him locked up? What are you looking at? Don't think that I won't dare to hit you just because you're a righteous young man. Officer Wang Meng met Su Li's emotionless gaze, and for some reason, a strong sense of anger welled up in his heart. Perhaps it was because his elbow earlier had been completely ineffective, making him feel like he had lost face in front of his fellow students. Or perhaps it was because they had been pointing their guns at this young man all this time, hoping that he would show some fear to balance out their emotions. But in the end, it had been completely ineffective. So now, he really wanted to punch Su Lu in the face. Su Lu raised his head and stared at the soldier in front of him, and there was a burning pain in his temples. Previously, these soldiers had been particularly ruthless. They had subdued him with punches and kicks, and all of them had applied force to his joints. If it weren't for his resistance to attacks that had inexplicably become much stronger, he would have been lying down by now. The pain and disdainful humiliation made him think of the miserable state he had been in when the soldiers had arrested him in Hashi province a month ago. Especially after hearing the other's contemptuous words, a ball of fire began to rise in his heart. Zhou Jin walked in front of Su Lu and reached out to slowly push Wang Meng's gun away. He looked at the young man beside the bed and said coldly, "I heard you're a soldier of the Donglin garrison. Why don't you know the rules at all? In terms of military rank, we should all be your officers. Be honest with your words." Su Lu ignored this handsome young sergeant. He only narrowed his eyes and thought that if he had passed the second round of the Department of Defense's Mecha Maintenance Officer exam, he should have chosen to study in one of the 3 major military academies, or the Westwoods Military Academy. Perhaps he would have become colleagues with these young and proud people in front of him. Seeing that Su Lu was ignoring him, Zhou Jin narrowed his eyes and said, "You're not happy that we caught you?" Su Lu broke the silence and said, "I'll say it again. I'm not a criminal, and I don't want to run. I'm just not used to having a gun pointed at my head." "You think this is very humiliating?" Zhou Jin said with a smile, but there was a trace of anger in his voice. "You kidnapped the miss. Do you know how many days you've humiliated us? We just want to humiliate you. What can you do about it?" He lowered his head and gently patted Su Li's face, making loud slapping sounds. What he said was actually the thoughts of the Westwood's military academy officers in the room. Su Lu lowered his head and said, "I can't do anything about it. A bunch of men who only know how to show off the guns in their hands. Maybe you've all forgotten how to use your own guns." These words were a bit vicious, but coming from the mouth of such a sincere and simple person like Su Lu, it was particularly stimulating. The expressions of the Westwood's military academy officers in the room suddenly changed, and they silently put their guns back into their holsters. In fact, they all now knew that this young man was not the criminal who kidnapped the miss. The reason they had been holding their guns just now was to scare the other party. Now that they wanted to teach the other party a lesson in private, they naturally had to put away their guns. Zhou Jin stared into Su Li's eyes and said, "I could see just now that you seem to be very good at fighting. Then I'll teach you what real military combat skills should be like. Remember, when you're in pain, don't cry for your mommy. Ah." Without warning, a headbutt directly interrupted Zhou Jin's verbal attack. Su Lu was used to setting off in silence, especially when facing a soldier from the Westwoods. He had a strong desire to beat the other party up, not to mention that the other party had mentioned crying for his mommy. He lowered his head fiercely and directly hit the bridge of the other party's nose. Blood spurted out of the handsome officer's nostrils. At the same time, Su Lu bounced up from the side of the bed and pressed his upper body down, passing under the other party's armpit. His right arm, however, smashed backwards like steel and hit the other party's neck hard. With a muffled thud, one of the most outstanding officers from the Westwoods Military Academy was hit hard by Su Lu and fell to the ground, unable to sit up again. Su Lu did not stop there. With a spring of his knee, he kicked the waist of the officer, who was pouncing from the right. His movements were simple, but extremely clean. At this time, the stocky Wang Meng reacted the fastest. With a wild howl, he pounced over, but his body remained taut without any openings, fully displaying the qualities of an outstanding military academy officer. Su Lu was not afraid at all. With the tips of his feet on the ground, he skillfully displayed the set of moves that he had practiced for 4 years, easily dodging the fist that was coming at him. He grabbed the cartilage of the other party's wrist and twisted it forcefully. At the same time, his right elbow brushed past the other party's shoulder like lightning and hit the other party's temple. Just like that, Wang Meng's burly body fainted and fell to the ground with a loud thud. The seemingly simple 3-hit combo was, in fact, extremely fast and exhausting. Su Lu panted a few times and spread his fingers apart, maintaining a distance of 30 centimeters from the top to the bottom. He guarded in front of his body, ready to attack and defend. He vigilantly looked at the Westwoods soldiers who were still standing in the room. He stared at their hands and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "My mother died many years ago. I really want to know, if you don't use a gun, who would be the one calling for her mother?" Looking at the bloodstains on the floor and listening to the moans, Su Li's gloomy mood finally dissipated a little. Colonel Lake, who was responsible for killing his boss, was also a soldier from the Westwoods. Even if he could not avenge his boss, he had to give these little bastards from the Westwoods a good beating. Yes, Sulu was a simple and sincere young man. Sometimes he would forget that on that night many years ago, he had personally used half of a sharp hydraulic pipe to kill a gang leader. But being simple did not mean that he had no guts, and being sincere did not mean that he was willing to be humiliated by others. He was also not a pedantic and simple-minded person. When faced with people or things that he hated, he naturally had a flexible way of dealing with them. When faced with people who looked down on him, under this simple and honest shell, there was actually a young man's competitiveness and valiance. Chapter 43. The fight in the room was already a mess, but outside the room, the captain and the secretary were still talking. Didn't you notice? As I said just now, this kid looks honest, but deep down, he doesn't trust people. No, it seems that he doesn't trust the authorities. The fat captain frowned. Could it be that this kid was bribed by someone when he was a recruit? Ha ha ha. The secretary did not laugh, and the captain also stopped laughing. After coughing twice, he said, "Probably because he's been in Eastwood for too long, this kid's personality is just like the people of Eastwood. He's just a rock, too straight and stubborn. We need to soften his temper, soften it a little. We need to let him know that, in this world, you won't have a bright future just because you keep pushing forward. You want to let him know that power comes first? That's poisoning the ambitious youth." The secretary shook his head disapprovingly. "No wonder you want those cadets to watch him. I'm afraid that young man is going to get a beating later. Even if you want to let him know the horrors of reality, there's no need to make him bleed. What if the miss asks, 'You said the commander is also interested in him. What if he hates our 4th military region?' He's just a little brat. If he can't even bear this little bit of humiliation, what use is he? Besides, when did our military region ever get any less hate?" The captain said mockingly, "This little brat making me worry for so long. Getting a beating is already a light punishment." "Right, that kid's called Sulu? Why does this name sound so familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before?" The fat captain yawned and turned to look at the room not far away. These days, he had cursed those Westwoods cadets to the point that they were worse than shit. Those proud young officers had long been harboring anger in their hearts. Being alone with Sulu for such a long time, the room must have been burning with dry wood for a long time. The captain thought to himself, "That kid is probably already beaten into a pig's head. It's time to end all this. Otherwise, if those shit-eating juniors in the military academy really did not stop, and something bad happened to them, how would he explain it to the miss tomorrow?" The captain pushed open the cabin door and walked in with his secretary. Then the expression on his face suddenly froze. The sound of punches and kicks breaking through the air suddenly rang out in the room and then stopped abruptly. In the blink of an eye, 3 people had fallen beside Sulu. Pa, 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 pa. 2 steps forward, 1 hand in a seal and 1 hand in a cross, he neatly entered and knocked down 2 people again. Sulu crossed his legs and retreated to the side of the bed, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. After knocking down 5 people in the blink of an eye, he, who was already injured, was already feeling tired. Because he had used too much force, the corner of his lips was torn and blood flowed out again. He wiped it away with his sleeve and glared fiercely at those people in the room who had not rushed up in time, watching as their hands slowly moved to their waists. He cursed in his heart. Are they still going to draw their guns when they can't win? While thinking this, Sulu crouched down and put his hands on his head. This was not a surrender, but just so that when he was beaten up later, he would not be too badly injured. After all, if he did not resist, these Westwoods cadets could not draw their guns and shoot him full of holes. As he crouched down, He calculated very seriously. He had knocked out 2 people, and it seemed that the joints of 2 people had been shaken off by his arm muscles. The young leader, who seemed to be the proudest, had been beaten up by him until his face was covered in blood. Calculating this, even if he was beaten up a few more times and knocked unconscious, he would still have profited no matter what. Just as Su Lu was about to be beaten up with a trace of unwillingness, a trace of stubbornness, a trace of defiance, and a trace of seriousness, the cabin door opened. The fat captain looked at the mess in the room and the unconscious and painful NCOs. A trace of shock flashed across his face. When he saw that the NCOs who were still standing had already pulled out their guns, his face was so gloomy that it was somewhat frightening. He walked over and slapped the back of the head of one of the NCOs. He scolded sternly, "Shameless prodigal son of a bitch. Is this how your teachers teach you? Since when did the 4th Military Region have so many good-for-nothings like you?" A female cadet with a pretty face was startled and immediately explained, "The suspect injured people. Without waiting for her to finish, the captain coldly cut her off and slowly walked up to Su Lu. Looking at this youth who was crouching on the floor with his head covered like an innocent white rabbit, countless questions arose in his heart. Who exactly was this youth? 18-year-old veterans were not rare, but to be able to knock down 5 outstanding officers in such a short period of time, this was too inconceivable. It should be known that although the Westwoods Military Academy was not the top military academy in the Federation, the outstanding officers, there would still be the best candidates for the tip of the spear if they were placed in any army. Yet this youth was actually able to take on 5 of them by himself. Taking a quick look at the injuries of those officers, the captain's brow furrowed. From the looks of the technique, it was indeed the style of military combat, but to be so ruthless, how could it be as harmless and down-to-earth as this brat appeared? Without warning, the fat captain kicked out at Su Lu on the floor. In that instant, his fat body seemed to have been forged from steel. That thick leg carried a terrifying presence as it swept directly at Su Li's upper body. Su Lu had already given up at the muzzle of the gun, but he did not expect those officers to actually pull back their guns. Even more so, he did not expect that this captain, who looked like he had trouble even walking, would actually launch an attack at him without warning, and with such ferocity and terror at that. Su Lu did not even think about it. The instinctive awareness he had developed from stiff dancing and butchering cows these past 4 years made him squint his eyes to prevent the strong wind from affecting his vision. Meanwhile, the 2 arms protecting his head also separated in the shortest amount of time, one arm extended forward, the other slightly behind, forming a 3-dimensional figure 8, blocking in front of that terrifyingly thick leg. Suddenly transforming from a fat captain into a cold-faced, stout killing machine, the leg that suddenly arrived vibrated with a terrifying whistling sound. Carrying a shocking strength, it very easily broke through the arm that Su Lu had barely blocked in front of him. With a speed that could not be seen clearly by the naked eye, it swept towards the last arm that Su Lu had protected in front of his face. In a series of afterimages, apart from the captain and Su Lu, no one else could have noticed that terrifyingly thick leg. After easily breaking through Su Li's first arm, its speed had decreased slightly, but its strength was still terrifying to the extreme. His fingers touched the wind in the air and the texture of the fabric of the trousers. With his head lowered, Su Li's knuckles turned white. With a shake of his wrist, he grabbed downwards, intending to grab the opponent's ankle and use his fingers to pinch into the tendons to make the opponent lose his strength. However, this was ultimately just an extravagant hope. The strength of the fat captain's terrifying leg was too great. In that instant, Su Lu felt a numbing pain in his fingertips, which then dissipated. He could no longer hold on and could only sorrowfully wait for the result of being swept by this thick leg. Instinct, as usual, had become an instinctive reaction from familiarity. At this most dangerous moment, he let that mysterious tremor emanate from every pair of intertwined muscle fibers of Sue Lee's body, gathering into a powerful force that was transmitted to his arms, his fingers. However, at the same time, rationality, the mechanic foam you most admired his calmness, took effect. He gave up on the tremors in his body and released his strength, allowing the captain's thick leg to sweep over him. Knocking down these military academy students could still be said to be due to his amazing ability. If he had used his combat ability to block this terrifying leg, it could also be said that he had an excuse. However, Sue Lu did not dare to let outsiders discover that mysterious force in his body. As for what that tremor was all about, he did not know. However, he knew that if anyone with ulterior motives discovered that the tremor in his body had anything to do with Uncle Foam, then what awaited him would definitely be the Federation's all-out investigation. His disguise would definitely be exposed. In this lightning-fast exchange of blows, there was no room for any hesitation or giving up. Sue Lu swayed in that instant, and the captain's fierce and tyrannical leg sweep landed squarely on his chest. That tremendous force was not something he could block with just his two arms. After a muffled thud, Sue Lu fell heavily onto the bed. He grunted in pain, but a trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. The fat captain's leg was still maintained 30 degrees downward. It did not move at all, as if it was made of steel. It was so stable that it was frightening. His leg was not a full sweep. Otherwise, that powerful force would have been enough to kick Sue Lu until he vomited blood and fainted. After a moment of silence, the fat captain frowned. He slowly retracted his right leg and walked out of the room without looking back. That kid's skill is not bad, but it's a pity that he's not that kind of genius. The fat captain walked lazily in the corridor. There seemed to be some regret in his tone. This comment seemed to be very ordinary, but the secretary, who had been following beside him, was shocked. He knew very well that the captain he served looked like an ordinary fat man, but in reality, he was the strongest Special Forces soldier in the 4th Military Region. He was not a special mecha team member like Lake and the others. He was the real ace of the military region, and was deeply trusted by the commander. Otherwise, the military region would not have handed over the ancient bell to him to manage, and would not have let the captain send the young miss to school on the capital planet without worry. For example, the secretary knew very well that the captain could have let this kick hit Sue Lee's chest and retreated after using 30% of his strength. If he had really used his full strength, that young man would definitely have his bones broken and his life lost. Such an unfathomable captain actually judged that kid's skill level to be not bad. It seemed that the 3 retired young men that the young miss bumped into when she disappeared this time were really powerful. Geniuses in the military are all trained. He is already retired, so it is not difficult for the military region to recruit him again. There are many examples in the past. The secretary gave an idea. The captain did not stop walking. He shook his head and said, although ordinary talents are precious, they can be found anywhere. Real geniuses are hard to find. Since that kid is not the good material that the commander is looking for, there is no point in keeping him. What kind of genius? The secretary did not understand. The kind from old Lee's family. The captain smiled bitterly. The geniuses of the Federation who cultivate seem to be in his family. The secretary smiled and said, of course, his old man is that one. The next day, Sulu cleaned himself up and put on his white clothes. Under the guidance of the staff, he came to the upper floor of the antique bell. He didn't know what was waiting for him, but he reminded himself that the capital was not far away, so he should keep a low profile. Chapter 44. Sulu sat on one side of the long table in the restaurant's private room. He looked at the snow-white tablecloth that stretched out like a carpet in front of him and lowered his head slightly. He did not understand why the rich people of the Federation would be so wasteful when eating a meal. There was a glass of water in front of him. The food had not been served yet because the host who was treating him to the meal had not arrived yet. Two waiters stood calmly to the side and waited. Sulu could not find anyone to talk to, nor was he interested in talking. He lowered his head, held a silver knife and fork, and gestured on the snow-white tablecloth. After a night, the pain on his body had healed a lot. He began to recall the fat captain's kick that came whistling over. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that kick was terrifying. He lay on the bed and thought for a long time. He realized that in that moment, even if he could allow his muscles to tremble and release the magical power in his body, he might not have been able to completely block that kick. Because of this kick, Sulu thought of two problems. The first problem was how to deal with the magical power in his body. Once he used all his strength, he could break the special military plastic handcuffs. This was not something an ordinary person could do. It was just that the trembling of his body was too obvious, and it was too easy for people to associate it with the mechanic uncle. Could he find a way to make this trembling only run in his body and not be seen through his appearance? The second problem was how to defend against a kick as fierce as the fat captain's. That kick was obviously a super powerful combat skill in the military. It swept directly at an angle of 30 degrees downward. It was clean and neat, and it carried a huge amount of power. It looked extremely simple, but whether it was the speed, the angle, or the estimated recovery, they were all calculated to the extreme without any loopholes. If he had been standing at that moment, he might have been able to close in and elbow the crotch. Even if his leg was broken, he would still be able to make the other party suffer some hidden losses. But the problem was that he was sitting. How could he deal with it when he was sitting? He held a shiny silver knife and fork and set them up on the snow-white tablecloth, simulating the other party's kick and his possible responses. The boss had taught him 10 stances, which were undoubtedly very powerful moves. Otherwise, he would not have been able to defeat 5 of the top students from the Westwoods Military Academy in one go. But these 10 postures were very fixed, and all of them were advanced techniques. Not a single step back was taken. Although it was extremely powerful, it was too stiff. It couldn't be helped. It was a stiff dance to begin with. Sulu scratched his head in distress, immersed in his thoughts about combat and unable to extricate himself. At first, he did not have much interest in the ability to fight. In his opinion, the Federation was no longer a battlefield for individual heroism. However, Uncle Fong had convinced him by saying that he was the #1 machine. After that, the thrilling experience of the past few days made him realize how important it was to grow individual strength. Most importantly, he was a person who liked to compete and study. He was like this when he was learning mechanics from Uncle Fong, and now he was like this when he was pondering about fighting. It was very easy for him to become engrossed in his studies without realizing it. Of course, this was an extremely rare learning potential. Only when you are obsessed with certain things can you practice these things well. Now, I have a general understanding of how you were able to defeat those arrogant dogs, *TS. I think that these past 2 years of military service in the mines of Donglin, you were probably also posing in combat postures all the time. At some point, the fat captain had walked into the restaurant's private room and was looking at him with a strange expression. A few crisp sounds reverberated in the empty room. The silver knife and fork that had been placed together fell onto the table. Su Li's fingers, which had been gesturing nonstop, also froze in the air. He looked at the fat captain's blood-stained face and scratched his head with a smile. The other party seemed to have misunderstood something, but this was also good. Otherwise, he would not know how to explain what had happened yesterday. The fat captain walked to his side and sat down, letting out a satisfied sigh. It seemed that the lazy him hated walking. How could such a person send out such a fierce kick? Su Lu certainly did not believe this appearance at this time, but he had a good impression of this fat captain, so he maintained a polite silence. There are many talented people buried in the army, and there are also many people like you who study fighting all day long. I saw the surveillance video yesterday. The combat skills you used were very strange. It was probably the result of simplifying military boxing. I don't know if it was good, but in any case, it was a little too strong and did not leave any room for retreat. The fat captain panted as he took the water in front of Su Lu and drank it. He said, "With this kind of self-development method, you won't be able to learn anything deeper in the army. If you are interested in this, when the ship arrives at the capital, I can introduce you to a few of the more famous cultivation halls." Cultivation halls? Su Lu did not know why the captain had suddenly removed the guards outside the room and formally invited him to eat in front of him. He wanted to remain cautious and silent, but when he heard this unfamiliar term, he could not help but ask, curiously, "What is that place? Is there a place in the Federation that specializes in learning how to fight?" The fat captain looked at him as if he was looking at a fool. "Although you have been a mouse in Donglin for 2 years, you are still from Shanglin. How can you not know about cultivation halls?" Su Lu knew that he had given himself away. He smiled and shook his head, not saying anything or explaining. From the fat captain's description, he knew what cultivation halls meant. In today's society, thermal weapons had been developed to the peak, and individual martial arts were relatively insignificant. The purpose of the martial arts halls in ancient times was no longer to teach combat skills, but to train one's mind with skills to calm one's mind, and to cultivate one's body and mind. It was also for this reason that the people who trained in the cultivation hall were not very competitive and did not attract much attention. The cultivation classes in the military academy have long been changed to combat skills classes. Young people nowadays are too stupid. They don't know what is really good. The fat captain shook his head in disdain and said, "If the cultivation halls were really useless, why would the Li family require every generation of descendants to study in the cultivation halls from the age of 12 for 2 years before coming out?" The Li family? Su Lu knew that as an orphan from Donglin, he was a country bumpkin in the eyes of most people, so he did not mind speaking his doubts frankly. "Are you talking about the Lees of Philadelphia?" The fat captain nodded. Su Lu sucked in a breath of cold air. A glittering name suddenly appeared in his mind. A noble existence, a low-key but extremely famous family. This family was not in the Federation's traditional 7 families, but in the past few decades, because of that old man, they had gained the collective respect of the Federation's citizens. "I just want you to go and learn. What are you thinking about? Do you also expect to assassinate the emperor of an empire?" The fat captain looked at the young man's expression and said sarcastically. Su Lu chuckled and suddenly asked seriously, "Mr. Captain, this is a misunderstanding. I think you're already clear about it. I don't know why you asked me to come here today." The fat captain put on a serious smile and said softly, "Of course, I want to build a good relationship with you, young master. At the same time, I want to ask you to do me a small favor." Suddenly, the fat captain became so flattering and so natural. It really scared Su Lu. He was stunned on the spot and did not know what to say. At this time, The cabin door slowly opened on both sides. Two women in suits walked in, holding hands, under the protection of 7 or 8 service staff. A little girl, wearing a pink floral dress and a sky blue hair clip on her head, walked in. She looked very cute. The fat captain lowered his voice and said fawningly, "Little brother, this is what I want to ask of you. If you can let the little miss eat, then the things in the past can be discussed and the things in the future can also be discussed." Sulu was speechless. He did not expect the captain's serious request to be this. However, when he saw the little watermelon's face change from gloomy to surprised and saw the swaying black hair on the little girl's forehead, he could not help but laugh happily. He shouted over there, "Little watermelon! Big brother, Sulu!" Little watermelon broke free from the hands of the 2 female staff. Under the helpless gazes of those people, she ran to Sulu and sat directly next to him. She opened her black eyes and asked curiously, "Big brother, why are you here?" "I'm here to eat with you," Sulu said with a smile. In the next few days, Sulu got rid of his identity as a criminal suspect and moved from cleaning Area 38 to the upper level of the spaceship with more advanced facilities. He began to eat, play, and tell stories with Little Watermelon. He liked Little Watermelon very much. He did not think the little girl was as difficult as the captain said. So he did not think this job was difficult. But if Sulu knew that this was the prelude to the heavy responsibility he would have to bear in 2 years, would he still feel as happy as he did now? Or would he say that he wanted to do this internship better? That afternoon, Little Watermelon began to take an afternoon nap. Sulu opened the cabin door and prepared to go back to his room to study how the tremors in his body could be hidden under his skin. As he walked, he unexpectedly saw a few familiar faces at the corner of the corridor. The Westwood's Military Academy students who were knocked unconscious by him had been treated in the ship's medical room and recuperated for the past few days. They had basically all recovered. Colonel Lake's special mecha team was still heavily injured, so the protection of the upper level of the spaceship was still handed over to them. It was very strange. The 2 most powerful forces on the Ancient Bell were all injured because of the teacher-student pair of Feng Yu and Sulu. Sulu was slightly taken aback. He looked at the red and swollen temple of the officer named Wang Meng. After a moment of silence, he nodded his head and walked past him. He did not greet him, nor did he show any signs of hostility. Zhou Jin, who was standing beside the spaceport hole, looked at the back of that ordinary person and subconsciously touched his throat. He seemed to feel a faint pain. Chapter 45. Su Li's back disappeared around the corner. The few Westwood's Military Academy officers who had been staring at him all this time retracted their gazes. Their expressions did not change, but perhaps they all breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. At this time, they already knew that the young miss seemed to be very reliant on that youth. As soldiers of the Westwoods, they naturally could not take the initiative to provoke her. Moreover, it looked like that young man named Sulu was not a person who held grudges. But for some reason, they were still a little nervous and a little resentful. Officer Wang Meng rubbed his throbbing forehead and lowered his head to curse something. 5 of their group had been defeated by Sulu. This was the most embarrassing scene of the entire journey. Zhou Jin sighed. He clasped his hands behind his back by the window and said to his classmates, "There's nothing to complain about. If you can't beat him, you can't beat him. There's no point in holding a grudge. Yes, after all, we are professional soldiers. We don't specialize in the study of combat skills." The female officer comforted everyone softly. What she said was not wrong. Although the military academies nowadays still put a lot of emphasis on the training of combat skills in the military, what really determined the quality of a soldier was still the consideration of overall quality. For example, the skills to operate all kinds of vehicles and even aircrafts, the control of all kinds of standard weapons. When it came to personal strength, so what if you were extremely strong? Don't forget, he's just a young soldier who retired. Zhou Jin turned his body slightly and looked at these students who regarded him as the leader. He could not help but sigh and shake his head. It's not just you guys. Including me, all the students from the West Woods are used to have their eyes on the top of their heads. Even the 3 major military academies of the Upper Woods don't look up to us. But who would have thought that with so many of us, we would actually be defeated by a young soldier who just retired? What a tragedy, Zhou Jin said self-deprecatingly with a quirk of his lips. The corner of the corridor fell silent. The female officer felt helpless and subconsciously kicked the wall with her military boots. Suddenly, Wang Meng put down his hand from rubbing his temples and said in a muffled voice, "That kid looks honest, but he's actually quite vicious. I don't believe that he's really good to the young miss. Don't find excuses." Zhou Jin glared at him. "If you want revenge, then you want revenge. I just want to get my face back." Wang Meng angrily said, "I don't believe that I can't beat a little brat. No, we're going to Upper Forest tomorrow. I'm going to look for him tonight. Don't worry, this is purely a competition. Don't mess around." Zhou Jin's expression darkened slightly as he reprimanded, "Last time, you were able to make a move in the room because of the captain's tacit approval. Now, in this situation, what's the point of competing? Don't cause trouble on the ship. If you do, I won't take care of you if your credits are deducted." "Then this matter is over? There's a big bump on my head. Your face is covered in blood, and Hylan is still wearing bandages. I won't do it. We have to do it, even if we don't want to." Zhou Jin's voice was very hoarse. He subconsciously touched his throat again. When he thought of the arm that had hit his throat like a piece of metal, he felt a chill in his heart. Train yourself. Don't humiliate yourself. When you have the confidence, you can go and find him. Don't worry. I think you'll have many chances to meet him in the future. Wang Meng asked, "I heard that kid is from Upper Forest. The Ministry of Defense arranged for him to hitch a ride. Where can I find him in the future?" "I don't think so. The military is in need of talents right now. The military won't let go of such an inconspicuous but powerful person like him." Zhou Jin's judgment was not wrong. Although the fat captain had told his secretary that Su Lu was not the kind of genius he was curious about, the combat ability Su Lu had displayed, especially the mecha fragments all over the ground, had still made the captain extend an invitation to him. In a private setting, the secretary took out 3 documents and showed them to Su Lu. One was a special admission document for the West Woods Military Academy. One was a secondary recruitment document that did not go through the Ministry of Defense. And the last was a job application document from a company in the capital ring. Su Lu flipped through the 3 documents with some confusion. Only then did he understand what the captain meant. Regardless of whether it was the West Woods Military Academy or the secondary recruitment for a newly discharged soldier, it was definitely a great opportunity that fell from the sky. The company in the capital ring was also very generous. The company that mainly built aircraft engines could provide Su Lu with good food, lodging, and salary. Think about it. The secretary looked at Su Lu with some happiness. Like the young lady, he could also see the honesty in this young man's bones. He really hoped that the young man would join his side. Although his current strength was very average, and his talent in mechanics still needed to be confirmed, a rock with potential would always attract more attention. Su Lu looked through the documents carefully and sighed regretfully in his heart. If it had been him in the past, no matter which condition it was, he would have gladly accepted it because he could leave East Woods and do what he liked. Wasn't this the reason why he took the NCO exam in the Ministry of Defense? But now he had to reject it because he was a fugitive who had to deceive the entire Federation. He did not want to have too much to do with the government. Uncle Boss once said that the most dangerous place was also the safest place. This sentence could only be believed 3 times. Sulu wanted to use up these 3 chances easily. Moreover, regarding the Westwoods military region or the 4th military region, Sulu still had a strong resistance in his heart. The 4th military region was probably related to the boss' death, although it was definitely an order from the Federation, and the 4th military region was only an executor. Sulu still could not get along with these people. If it was not for Little Watermelon, perhaps he would not even want to talk to these people. Sorry, I don't want to return to the army, and the Ministry of Defense seems to have arranged a reception unit for me. Sulu shook his head apologetically. He could see that the secretary in front of him was really thinking about him. The secretary shook his head regretfully, but he was not too disappointed. After all, he did try his best and also tried to repay the other party on behalf of the young miss. It was just that the other party did not want to accept for some unknown reason. The quiet and long journey in space ended. A heavy roar sounded in the huge commercial spaceship Ancient Bell. The powerful force was helping the huge spaceship to adjust its attitude and direction. Sulu, who had already packed his luggage and carried a backpack, looked at the light blue planet outside the porthole with eyes full of excitement. The planet was very beautiful. It had a light blue sea, light brown land, and white clouds floating on it. Outside the porthole, 2 small, streamlined blue spaceships were leaving the Ancient Bell's hull and heading towards the white clouds. It was really a heartwarming scene. This was the capital ring, also known as the administrative planet of the Upper Forest region, the center of the entire Federation civilization. The White President's office, the Gray Management Committee's conference building, and the legendary Bureau of Proclamation were all symbols of power that could control the entire Federation. All of these symbols of power were on this beautiful planet. Sulu followed the prompts of the electronic voice and suppressed his excitement. With the help of the staff, he entered the separation cabin. Since he rejected the secretary's suggestion yesterday, he had not seen anyone from the West Woods, not even Little Watermelon. Although it was a little regretful, he knew that with his identity as the Federation's top fugitive, he could only keep a distance from Little Watermelon, who obviously had a noble background. The land-to-air transfer spaceship unfolded its alloy wings at an altitude of 8,000 meters and turned into a bird in the blue sky and white clouds. It maintained absolute stability and flew towards the surface of the planet. The spaceship flew lower and lower. Finally, it skimmed over the edge of the white clouds and plunged into the thick, almost solid clouds. Sulu, who had a slight fear of flying, had seen enough of the scenery outside the window and the flame-like ion current. He closed his eyes tightly and waited for the moment of landing. The waiting time seemed to be a little long, so long that he almost fell asleep. He only felt a slight vibration when he opened his eyes. Like the other passengers beside him, he heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. He looked at the flat runway outside the window and the black and white electronic command tower not far away and laughed. Walking out of the cabin door, a gust of cold wind hit him in the face. Sulu looked at the ground in front of him and the buildings in the distance. His expression froze, and he almost could not move his legs. These white, soft, and cold things, are they the legendary snow? He walked down the gangway under the urging of the passengers behind him, but the more he walked, the stiffer he became. It looked like he was practicing martial arts in a mine. The weather in Upper Forest was too cold. He was so cold that he wanted to stomp his feet, but he did not want to attract the attention of the people in the airport. In fact, it was impossible for him not to attract people's attention. In this area, everyone was wearing slightly thick thermal clothing, hats, and gloves. He was the only one who was still wearing the thin clothes of early autumn and carrying a broken backpack. He looked very pitiful. Sulu breathed into his slightly red hands. He was completely frozen. When he left Eastern Forest, it was also winter. However, the 4 seasons in Eastern Forest were not very different. It had not snowed for thousands of years. He did not expect the winter in the capital ring to be so cold. A snowflake drifted down and landed on his face, making him shiver. He wondered if he had made a big mistake by coming to the capital. This was the first time Sulu had seen snow in his life, but he could not feel the purity of the snow. He could only feel the coldness of the snow. This was all because he was not prepared. It was a tragedy. Chapter 46. Sulu squinted his eyes and looked at the snowflakes falling from the sky. He thought that these fluttering ice crystals were quite beautiful. This was the first time he had seen real snow. In his surprise, he seemed to have forgotten the thin clothes he was wearing. He also did not notice the sympathetic gazes of the passengers around him. Standing in the middle of the snowstorm in the square, with only a thin layer of clothing, he did look quite pitiful. The passengers thought that Sulu had mistakenly put his thick clothing in his luggage and could not help but shake their heads. However, sympathy was one thing. They did not have many clothes on them, so no one would take off their clothes and put them on Sulu. In the capital city, the wind was getting stronger and stronger. Sulu's face felt like it was being scraped by a few small knives. He immediately woke up from the snowy scene in front of him and felt the cold on his body. He shrunk his body and hugged his backpack in reverse to get some warmth. He turned his body and avoided the wind. He squinted his eyes and looked at the entrance of the airport in the distance. He wondered why the spaceship did not fly directly to the entrance of the airport, but stopped in the middle of the snowstorm. The ancient bell was still in space outside the capital planet. The officials of the West Woods and the East Woods who were returning to visit would soon embark on their journey again. At this time, those who landed on the surface of the capital planet were basically officials with official duties. Sulu did not have much knowledge, but the passengers on the ancient bell were all upper-class people. They began to discuss the current strange situation. The medical vehicles from the army hospital just left. Are there wounded people on board? Why haven't I heard of this before? Didn't we come from the East Woods? What's going on? A middle-aged official frowned and asked his companion. Behind him, Sulu heard this and squinted his eyes even more. He hid behind the crowd and looked through the gaps in the crowd. He saw a few ambulances covered in snow disappear into the distance of the airport. He vaguely thought that those on board must be the West Woods soldiers who had captured him. Those soldiers were affected by the strange beam of light and had been recuperating on the ancient bell. It seemed that the 4th Military Region did not dare to take the risk of sending them back to the West Woods for treatment. Instead, they were sent directly to the capital planet, where the medical standards were the most advanced. Thinking of that sunglasses-wearing Colonel Lake in the ambulance, and thinking of how he had been so close to that colonel and those injured mecha warriors for so many days, Sulu suddenly felt a trace of fear in his heart. That Colonel Lake had seen his face before. If the two of them had really met on the spaceship, what would he have done? In the cold weather, Sulu's back was dripping with sweat. He knew that he was too careless. Fortunately, he probably would not have any relationship with the people from the West Woods in the future. Once he entered the capital planet, the fat captain and the secretary would not be able to find him easily. But little Watermelon, well, they were not on the same level to begin with. It might be better if they did not meet again. Just as Sulu was thinking about all these things, the electric vehicles of the airport finally arrived in front of many passengers. Of course, the airport was greeted with loud complaints and threats of complaints. However, the airport staff only apologized politely, but they refused to explain what had happened earlier. The ambulances are there to save people. We can understand that. Why could those passengers be driven directly to the passage? Why could they be in front of us? The airport staff only smiled and comforted them. Sulu looked in the direction the passengers were pointing at. He saw a silver-white aircraft slowly parking in front of the special passage in the distance. He narrowed his eyes and seemed to see a little girl holding a doll, getting off the spaceship under the protection of many people and entering the passage. Sulu smiled and whispered to himself, "Little Watermelon, you have to eat properly in the future." It was as warm as spring in the electric vehicle. The complaining officials and passengers finally stopped. The long-term space travel had made everyone a little tired. The carriage fell into silence. This silence was maintained until they passed through the X-ray inspection passage and entered the interior of the airport building. The crowd dispersed like birds and beasts. According to each other's following journey and the location of their luggage, they scattered into several routes and disappeared into the magnificent space of the building. Sulu was obviously stunned by the interior structure and architectural style of the airport. He didn't know what the beautiful metallic materials were, but he subconsciously thought it was beautiful. This airport was too big. The interior space was 10 stories high. There were no steel beams in the middle to support the weight. He didn't know how it was built. He had basically lived in the rundown city of Hushi State all his life. He had never seen such a scene. Even when he passed by the military airport in the garrison area of Fuji State, the military airport looked like nothing more than cold cement. Sulu patted off the snow on his body and carefully carried his backpack. He was like a country bumpkin who had just entered the city. No, he was a country bumpkin who had just entered the city. He hesitantly and shyly walked in front of a flight attendant. He mustered up his courage and asked about the relevant matters. The flight attendant in the sky blue uniform had a pretty face. She was very polite and patient, and she clearly answered all of his complicated questions. Sulu thanked her very sincerely and found a quieter passage to leave. The flight attendant looked at the young man and couldn't help but smile slightly. She felt that this foreigner was very interesting. It looked like it was his first time on a spaceship, but his questions were so detailed and didn't miss any details. Perhaps he had looked up a lot of travel information on the internet before coming. Looking at the passage in front of him that was completely made of metal, Sulu's footsteps slowed down. He felt his scalp go numb. At this time, he already knew that the back of this 5-meter-long passage was hidden with the Federation's electronic surveillance system. Every passenger had to go through a scan here. This was a very normal thing. Otherwise, wouldn't those people from the Empire or refugees from Bermuda who were born without microchips be able to sneak into the Federation at any time? Sulu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His head was slightly lowered, but his eyes were looking at the exit not far away. He knew that the surveillance here was the most powerful in the Federation. If he could pass through here, then it meant that the microchip given to him by his boss was enough to allow him to survive in the entire Federation society with a disguised identity. But what if he was discovered by the Federation's surveillance system when he walked through the passage? Would there be 20 or so taser guns sticking out from the wall and roasting him into a roasted chicken? Sulu couldn't help but shiver. This scene fell into the crowd in the distance and felt a little strange. This was because no one in the Federation seemed to care about this surveillance passage. More often than not, people seemed to have forgotten the existence of electronic surveillance. Looks like this kid was really frozen. Just now. Prepare a windbreaker for him. Set a pleasant voice. Su Li's footsteps slowed down for only a moment. After a moment, he raised his head and walked as calmly as possible toward the empty passage. Only the change in his trouser pocket could feel his nervousness and trembling, but there wasn't a trace of it on his face. A distance of 5 meters wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. However, when Su Lu calmly walked through this passage, his legs felt a little weak. He felt a kind of joy as if he had walked from hell to heaven, as well as a kind of joyful release after nervousness. However, his relaxed ecstasy didn't last long. This was because he realized that the people outside the passage were looking at him with a strange gaze. Su Lu frowned slightly. He thought to himself that even the electronic surveillance system didn't find anything wrong. Could it be that there was something strange about him? He subconsciously touched his face and continued to walk forward. Then he realized why so many people were welcoming him with strange gazes. It was because outside this quiet passage, there was a large group of people welcoming him. Except for the young woman at the front and the little girl in the young woman's hand, this group of people were all fully armed soldiers. Such a large formation was used to welcome one person, especially a young man in a thin shirt who shrunk like a country bumpkin. It was no wonder that the people in the airport were looking at him strangely, looking at the little girl's happy face. Su Lu knew that he couldn't avoid this. He couldn't slip away quietly. With a bitter face, he walked to the front of the crowd, hoping that there wouldn't be any too horrible developments. Brother Su Lu, Little Watermelon, was wearing a red fur coat and a hat, the brim of the hat pressed down on her hair, revealing a black line. She looked very cute. Su Lu smiled at her, then turned to the young woman holding the little girl's hand and said politely, "Hello." "Hello, Su Lu." The young woman was about 30 years old. Her eyebrows were soft, and she had a comforting beauty. But from time to time, her eyes lit up with a hint of pride. This kind of pride wasn't repulsive. Instead, it made people feel that it was natural. The so-called environment of growth affected one's mentality was probably referring to this kind of person. She looked at Su Lu gently and said, "I am Fireworks' mother. Thank you very much, Mr. Su, for taking care of her along the way." Su Lu looked at the beautiful and gentle face, and his mind was slightly shaken. He subconsciously felt that this young woman was very trustworthy. He forcibly suppressed the absurd idea of asking her why she gave Little Watermelon such a strange name, and prepared to say a few polite words. Unexpectedly, the noble young woman handed over a business card with a smile and said, "I'm here to express my gratitude. I have to go to the Army hospital right away. I'm very sorry. Mr. Su, if you have any difficulties in the Federation, I hope you don't mind contacting us. We also want to express our gratitude to you." "Thank you, sister." Su Lu looked into the young woman's eyes and blurted out an extremely absurd name. "Thank you, sister." This name made the faces of the soldiers in the crowd change dramatically. Even the gentle and peaceful young woman had a strange look in her eyes, but then it turned into a sympathetic smile. She shook her head and asked a soldier next to her to hand her a military windbreaker. Without saying anything, she held Little Watermelon's hand and walked to the VIP passage under the protection of the soldiers. Su Lu held the windbreaker in one hand and the natural fiber business card in the other. He was in a daze. Although he didn't know the goods, he knew how expensive this kind of business card was. He looked at the back of the young woman who was faintly discernible among the soldiers and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. He also felt that he had been too nervous before. The boss was right. Too little contact with the opposite sex was indeed easy to cause problems. At this time, he had vaguely guessed Little Watermelon's family background. Of course, he didn't think it was rude for the young woman to hand over a business card and then turn around and leave. In fact, Sula didn't think that what he had done was worth the other party thanking him. With the other party's identity, it was already very polite of her to wait here and say a few words to him. What's more, he knew that this young woman must be anxious to go to the army hospital to see her husband's trusted subordinates. Unlike the self-confident and self-reliant male protagonists in novels, Sulu didn't tear up this precious business card and throw it into the trash can. Instead, he carefully kept it close to his body. Then he took out the address left by the boss, put on a warm windbreaker, and walked out of the airport in the increasingly heavy snow. Chapter 47. A low-key but expensive black car, like a black ghost, silently walked on the highway in the suburbs of the capital district. A few days of low temperature and snowy weather had accumulated a thick layer of snow on the flat road. Even the slightly heated pipes at the bottom of the asphalt couldn't make the snow melt faster. "Why did you come down?" The young woman in the back of the black car lovingly hugged the little girl who was looking out of the window in a daze. She looked at the fat captain opposite her and said with a smile, "A captain who doesn't stay on his own ship, aren't you afraid of being chased away?" The young woman's smile was gentle and charming, which didn't match her age. The atmosphere in the car suddenly improved a lot. The fat captain looked at the young woman and said with a flattering smile, "Little sister-in-law, such a big thing happened to the miss. Of course I have to come personally to apologize to you. The spaceship needs to be replenished anyway. I don't care." "Are you apologizing to me, or do you want me to plead with him?" The young woman looked at him with interest and asked. The fat captain said with a bitter face, "The miss has been missing under my nose for so long. After returning to the military, the boss will definitely drill me. Little sister-in-law, you must help me say a few words. Isn't Fireworks fine? Why would he blame you? We all know how mischievous Fireworks is. This time, Brother Tian brought her here. It's already troublesome for you." The young woman smiled gently, looked at the daughter in her arms, and said softly, "Fireworks, don't run around in the future. You are an obedient child. Don't you know how anxious Uncle Jean will be?" Jean Fireworks stubbornly looked at the silent cedar trees outside the window and refused to answer her mother's question. She thought in her heart, except for Brother Sulu, no one in this world is willing to believe what she says. Even her father and mother are like this. They always don't listen to her opinion and always think that she is a child. They didn't ask for her opinion and wanted to send her to this cold and snowy place to study. As if guessing what the child was thinking, a trace of sadness and regret flashed across the young woman's face. She turned her head and said to the fat captain, "This child just doesn't want to leave home. It seems that I have no choice but to stay here with her for a few more years." The fat captain, surnamed Tian, immediately understood the underlying meaning of this sentence. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, little sister-in-law. I'll keep a close eye on the boss." In the blink of an eye, his expression became heavy. He said, "The commander has asked us to seal off the news of Mrs. disappearance. I've also told that child called Sulu, so he shouldn't have leaked the news. I just don't understand. If Miss isn't sent to the capital, could it be that those old members of the management committee dare to do anything?" The young woman laughed. "The Federation isn't the Empire, so there's no such thing as a hostage. It's just that our Zhong family has been stationed in the West Woods for too long, and the people in the capital are always worried. Sending fireworks back to the Federation to study isn't necessarily a bad idea. They probably want the descendants of the Zhong family to have a greater sense of belonging to the Federation from a young age. After saying this, she suddenly frowned slightly and asked, "Does that little guy called Su Lu know fireworks' identity? That kid looks honest and reliable, but he's actually very shrewd. I'm afraid he's already guessed it, but he didn't say it out loud. He probably also knows that some things are better to pretend not to know." The fat captain shrugged his shoulders, and the fat on his body began to tremble again. Little Watermelon, who had been staring out the window, suddenly turned his head and looked at the two adults in the car. With all his strength, he said loudly, "Big Brother Sulu is a good person." The young woman laughed and said, "Of course he's a good person. He obviously knows that we're from the Zhong family, but he didn't ask for anything just because you like him. Instead, he hid far away. The key is that he hid very cutely, not that kind of hypocritical pretentiousness. Fireworks, Mother believes in your judgment of people." Little Watermelon proudly turned his head away. The young woman looked at the fat captain and said calmly, "Since that little guy doesn't want to have anything to do with us, then forget it. I've left him a military district office card. If he needs it in the future, we can help him." The fat captain nodded and then said, "The company's energy quota was reduced by half in one shot. I've already sent the report. The key is the management committee's energy committee. The other ministries should be easy to run to, but the energy committee needs to be personally talked to by the chairman." The fat captain had changed the way he addressed her. When it came to business, the young woman's expression became slightly more serious, but her tone was still gentle. "Leave this matter to me, but you really wasted so much of the quota in one shot. As a result, the Donglin Garrison District reimbursed an entire formation of Special Forces soldiers. There will be a lawsuit, and even Lake and the others were injured by you. When you return to the military district, you'll have to answer to them yourself." The fat captain's expression was unchanged, and he calmly replied, "The commander shouldn't make things difficult for me in this regard." That traitorous mechanic is a big enemy of the 4th Military District. After hearing this news, his mood will definitely be much better. The young woman's eyebrows slightly furrowed, and she curiously asked, "But the problem is that mechanic really so powerful? Even the Special Forces team, led by Lake, couldn't deal with it. So why did they have to do it from space? Next month, we must ask the Department of Defense to come forward and take over the ancient bell. Otherwise, we can't explain this problem. That mechanic is very powerful." The fat captain closed his eyes and recalled the strange jump of the black mecha on the thermal imaging device and satellite images that day. After a moment of silence, he opened his eyes and said, "He's much stronger than me, Lake, and the others are no match for him at all. The Federation's mission this time is not easy to take over. No wonder the Department of Defense gave this credit to us." The young woman's expression became serious, and she asked, "How is he compared to him?" The fat captain knew that the him the chairman was referring to was the head, the commander of the 4th Military District. After thinking for a while, he objectively replied, "If it was a field battle, and they both used mechas, the head wouldn't be his opponent. But don't worry, the chairman, that guy can't be any more dead. More than 10 years ago, more than 10,000 lives in the military district were finally recovered." The young woman nodded, looked at the wind and snow outside the window, and lowered her head to look at her daughter, who was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, she softly said, How strong is that mechanic? Other people definitely wouldn't understand, but I spent some time in the Lee family's training hall when I was young. The fat man lowered his voice and said very seriously, "I always felt that the mechanic was related to the Lees of Philadelphia." Hearing the Lees of Philadelphia, the young woman couldn't help but be a little moved. She knew that Fatty Tian was a rare expert in the 4th Military District, and his judgment was especially sharp, so the conclusion he came up with should be somewhat credible. After thinking for a moment, she softly said, "Since Mechanic Yufeng is already dead, this matter ends here. Don't tell the commander either. The Leaf family definitely wouldn't betray the Federation. If those politicians find out, there will definitely be some commotion. As soldiers, of course we can't let Old Lee get into trouble." As a soldier, the fat captain also had incomparable respect for that old man surnamed Lee in his heart, so he nodded seriously in agreement. The 7 great families of the Federation were a privileged class with no special privileges. Countless years of history and countless great achievements made these 7 families become the pillars of the Federation. In a modern society where the laws of the Federation were the cornerstone, these somewhat ancient families only quietly lurked in the shadows, rarely showing their true identities for the general public to see. The citizens of the Federation all knew about the 7 great families, but they would never know why the 7 great families were so strong or what kind of power and influence they had. With the status and position of the 7 great families, it was naturally impossible for them to bully an ordinary citizen of the Federation. It was even possible that there would never be any relationship between the two. For ordinary citizens, the 7 great families were like distant existences above the clouds. They existed in the idle conversations after a meal, in the illegally sold literature and publications, but they would never exist in their own lives. 6 of the 7 great families lived on the 3 administrative planets of the capital ring, and the only one not in the upper forest area was the Zhong family of the West Woods. There was only one Zhong family in the West Woods. Compared to the other families, the Zhong family was more transparent in the eyes of the people, because since the founding of the Federation countless years ago, the Zhong family's 4th Military District had taken on the responsibility of guarding the border of the Federation. Other than that accident in the Eastwood area, the 4th Military District had never let down the expectations of the Federation people. Su Lu finished buttoning up his windbreaker and stood in the wind and snow, waiting for the bus to arrive. From time to time, he would raise his head to look at the snowy sky, feeling rather baffled. He was just a fugitive. Who would have thought that he would actually be able to meet a legendary figure of the Zhong family, and even spend so many days with the young lady of the Zhong family? Moreover, he even saw the madam of the Zhong family at the airport. That was the wife of the commander of the 4th Military District. It turned out that there was nothing strange about the legendary figure after all, and she actually looked quite gentle. At this time, Su Lu did not know that Little Watermelon's mother was not only the wife of the commander of the 4th Military District, but also the chairman of a large company. Otherwise, he would have been even more shocked. Squinting his eyes at the snow falling from the sky, the young man's heart had long since calmed down. He only felt slightly regretful. That broken M02 would probably continue to drift in space until one day it would be thrown into the endless void and become trash after morning for the first time he had intimate contact with a broken mecha, the first time he had personally repaired it. Su Lu looked at the time of the bus. After thinking for a while, he turned back to the airport and bought a pack of Shanglin's specialty dog biscuits. A happy smile instantly appeared on his face. Back when he was in Eastwood, he already knew about Shanglin's dog biscuits. He had seen the advertisements on Channel 23 quite a few times, but had never had the chance to try them for himself. After all, the 2 administrative districts were too far apart, and not all commercial companies were willing to do such a low-margin business like selling biscuits. The dog biscuits were very crispy, and Sulu ate them happily. He thought to himself, I really am a country bumpkin. In fact, everything in the airport was very expensive, but he did not care about that. Throughout the journey, he had been using his credit card to pay for everything. He had been using the Sanlin United Bank card that the boss uncle had left for him. He did not know how much money was in the card, but it seemed like there was no end to it no matter how much he swiped. When the bus arrived, Sulu followed a large leather suitcase onto the bus. After finding a seat with much difficulty, he took off his windbreaker and sat down. He placed the entire bag of dog biscuits on the food rack beside him and was about to slowly and happily eat them for the rest of the journey. Suddenly, his fingers brushed against two cold, slender fingers, giving him a fright. Sulu turned his head in shock and saw a girl wearing a hat reaching into the bag, unceremoniously preparing to take the biscuits. Chapter 48. The puppy biscuit was very crispy, and no matter how much one chewed it, it would still make a crunching sound. The puppy biscuit was very fragrant, and the two of them were surrounded by that kind of alluring grain fragrance. Sulu stared at the girl beside him, dumbfounded. He felt that this scene was too ridiculous. Why was this girl eating his biscuit, and eating it so naturally? Subconsciously, when the girl's fingers left the biscuit bag, Sulu quickly reached in to take a biscuit and put it in his mouth, as if he was afraid that he would be taken advantage of. The girl lowered her head and was concentrating on reading a magazine. Only the occasional flickering of her eyes let Sulu know that the other party was actually also paying attention to him. The dark green hat covered most of the girl's face, only revealing her delicate lips and fair skin. Sulu was stunned and felt that his gaze might make the other party feel awkward, so he turned his head away. In the wind and snow, the warm and spring bus started moving. What surprised Sulu was that the girl actually reached into the biscuit bag and started taking biscuits one after another. Sulu liked to eat puppy biscuits, and this was the first time he ate puppy biscuits, so he cherished them, although he didn't think much of a bag of biscuits. He always felt that even if you wanted to eat my biscuits, shouldn't you tell the owner first? Ask for my permission first? It was hard to avoid a trace of anger in his heart. It was obvious that the girl didn't have this kind of self-awareness. She didn't even look at Sulu and just quickly and openly stole the biscuits, chewing them loudly without any trace of politeness. Sulu was dumbfounded and quickly reached out to take the biscuits. Otherwise, if this girl snatched them away, what else could he eat? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Therefore, as the bus moved on the road, the young man and woman sitting at the back of the bus didn't look at each other. One was looking out the window, the other was looking down at the magazine on his lap. They took the biscuits one by one, and no one was willing to take one less, and no one was willing to be slow for a second. Their hands were like the wind, and they took the biscuits one after another. It looked like they had a tacit understanding, but who knew that there was actually an endless amount of hidden killing intent? This is really strange. If she didn't meet me, this hateful biscuit-stealing thief would definitely be severely scolded. Looking at the snowy scenery outside the window, Sulu, who was chewing the biscuit, rolled his eyes. As time passed by, the anger in his heart had long disappeared. He was originally a broad-minded person, and it was impossible for him to care about such trivial matters. Instead, he secretly smiled and thought to himself that it was rare to meet someone who loved the dog biscuits as much as he did. Today's bag of biscuits would be considered as sharing. Sulu was a stingy person, and sharing anything good with others was something he was willing to do. Although the behavior of the long-haired girl wearing a hat was a bit ridiculous, he didn't plan to argue with her. He just felt that the situation was a bit awkward. or rather, he was worried that the girl would feel awkward. So he didn't speak to her. He even paid close attention to her and didn't look in her direction. The bus slowly moved on the snowy road and went around the highway outside the suburbs, heading towards the ordinary airport northwest of the capital. A cedar tree that stretched to the inner side of the road brushed against the window of the bus, and the sound it made woke up the sleepy people on the bus. The girl beside, Sulu, raised her head, revealing a beautiful face. The two people's eyes met, and Sulu gently smiled. Who knew that the girl's pure eyes flashed with a trace of disgust, and she immediately lowered her head to read the magazine again. A moment later, she seemed to feel that this wasn't enough to express her unapproachable attitude, so she took out a pair of black-framed glasses from her purse and put them on the bridge of her nose, blocking Sulu's strange gaze. The girl with her head down was wearing black-rimmed glasses. She looked really pure, especially from Sulu's angle. He scratched his head and thought to himself, such a pure girl, secretly ate my biscuits, so why is she so fierce to me? After all, he was a youth from a remote area, and when facing the opposite sex, he was always a bit reserved. He just sighed in his heart and didn't say anything. Every time the girl with black-framed glasses took a biscuit, Sulu also took a biscuit, no more and no less. He smiled and ate happily. Although he was a very kind person, he didn't want to lose out too much. Just like that, there was only one biscuit left in the bag. According to the silent order from before, it should be Sulu's turn to take a biscuit. Sulu clearly noticed that the girl's pretty nose under the black-framed glasses wrinkled cutely, as if she was worried about something. Sulu silently grinned and took out the last biscuit from the bag. After thinking for a while, he broke it in half, and with a kind smile on his face, he cautiously handed one half to the girl. The girl looked up, somewhat surprised, and somewhat angry. Like a kitten fighting for food, she snatched the biscuit and swallowed it, but almost choked. Sulu chewed the last half of the biscuit, while looking at her in a daze, thinking, what's the hurry? Is she that hungry? He wanted to pass his water to her to drink, but he was worried that this eccentric girl would dislike him. Fortunately, the sound of brakes broke this puppet-like performance. He didn't even say thank you. What a shameless scum. Zhang Xiaoming dragged her heavy luggage, lowered her head, and walked toward the airport counter. She had been on a spaceship for 7 days from District S2, and now she had to immediately transfer to the university town. The tiredness of the journey was already a little unbearable, and her heart was constantly weighed down by that heavy stone. Unfortunately, on the bus, she met an extremely untactful, repulsive, and shameful young man. He looks quite pleasing to the eye, and his smile is as sincere as a pig's. Who knew that underneath his bones, he was an ungrateful villain. He ate my biscuit like it was charity. Small eyes, you really are not good people. Zhang Xiaoming put her heavy luggage on the conveyor belt and couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Entering the departure lounge, Zhang Xiaoming took off her black-rimmed glasses and carefully wiped them, as if she wanted to use this action to vent her anger. She never thought that there would be such a man in the world who would so blatantly eat her favorite dog biscuit since she was a child. Her destination was the university town. The university town was located in the northern latitudes of administrative planet S1 of the capital ring. The flight would arrive in half an hour. She noticed the crowd around her, forced herself to calm down, and carried her small bag into the bathroom. She casually flushed the toilet. Amidst the splashing sound of water, she pressed the button on her black-rimmed glasses. On the originally empty glass surface, a few rows of characters suddenly appeared. This information appeared in front of her in the shortest amount of time possible through the wireless network that covered the entire planet. After memorizing all the words and missions, Zhang Xiaoming gently exhaled and appeared to be much more relaxed. The senator was still negotiating with the president's office. The situation was relatively calm now. Due to the first charter, the Bureau of Proclamation had to remain neutral. As a low-level worker, she didn't have to worry too much about her true identity being discovered. Even if the Federation found out that she was a spy sent by the anti-government party, the most they could do was expel her back to S2. But what exactly was in the university town? Why did the senator want her to return to the capital planet? Was it because the senator knew that she was homesick? Once she thought of her stale family, Zhang Xiaoming's expression became gloomy again. In order to complete the mission given by the organization, it seemed that she had to play the role of a lost sheep. This was really a painful thing. Sitting in the comfortable seat, Zhang Xiaoming tidied up the hair hanging beside her black-rimmed glasses. She subconsciously put her hand into her bag, but she found that the touch of her fingers was a little strange. She opened the bag in shock and was surprised to find an unopened bag of dog biscuits. If this bag of biscuits was hers, then what about the bag of biscuits on the bus? Did she eat someone else's biscuits? She had wronged him, but he had been quietly sharing things that belonged to him with her. Zhang Xiaoming stood up and looked around for the small-eyed boy, trying to find a way to apologize. However, how many flights were there in the capital airport? How could that boy appear on this plane so coincidentally? She sat down in confusion and shook her head regretfully. She knew that she had wronged the boy. More importantly, when she thought of the boy's gentle smile and the half-biscuit that he handed over, other than the thick embarrassment, there was also a trace of indescribable warmth. She hadn't felt such warmth in a long time. The world was so big. Perhaps she would never see that boy with that amiable smile again. There was no way she could apologize anymore. Zhang Xiaoming thought, regretfully. She felt like she had missed out on something very precious. She felt empty and uncomfortable. She didn't know that right at the front of the plane, in the luxurious first-class cabin, Su Lu was fidgeting as he adjusted the comfortable sofa position. He cautiously and carefully asked the stewardess, "Are you sure there's a free steak? The semi-synthetic kind?" "Yes." The stewardess almost couldn't hold back her laughter as she looked at the honest boy. Su Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Only now did he feel that the expensive ticket was somewhat worth it. Although he was a fugitive and should keep a low profile, and a soldier who had just returned home from military service shouldn't have the money to sit in the first-class cabin when he bought the ticket, he really couldn't resist the temptation of the semi-synthetic steak. Moreover, there was too much money in the card, so the young man's heart made him take the risk and buy a first-class ticket. He looked at the stewardess who was half-squatting in front of him and said with concern, "Don't squat so much. You'll get tired." The stewardess was happy from the inside out and gave him a free, charming smile. Su Lu was flustered by the bright light and quickly asked, "Excuse me, how long does it take to get to the university town?" Chapter 49. It had to be admitted that the group of 5 that built the foundation of the Federation's society did indeed possess wisdom and foresight that the later generations could not hope to reach. The words that glittered with the brilliance of civilization and the social structure that was improving day by day proved this point. Among the 3 districts of the capital ring that had beautiful environments and distinct seasons, the university town that had been established in the northern latitudes a long time ago was a reflection of the great efforts of the ancestors of the Federation. Only the 70 days of winter every year could allow the young people of the Federation to experience the cruelty of nature and the hardships of life in a prosperous and peaceful environment. The university town was actually not a city. It was a university campus that was built sporadically along the plains on both sides of the Rose River. Most of the universities on the capital planet were established here. As the development of the Federation's society increased day by day, the education level improved day by day, and the area of the various universities grew larger and larger. In the 34th Constitution era, they were gradually connected together and became a large community. The people of the Federation habitually called this large area the university town. However, the Federation of today seemed to have forgotten the good intentions of the ancestors of the Federation when they established the university here. The heating in the building was available 24 hours a day, and the air conditioning system kept the air that people breathed absolutely fresh. Once winter came, the students who were unwilling to go out of the building and spent their boring time in front of the crystal screen every day. How could they experience the so-called cruelty of nature? In the southeast area of the university town, there was an inconspicuous but extremely beautiful second-level college named UA University. Behind the dormitory of the university, on the road that led to the living area of the Federation, there was an even more inconspicuous gray bungalow. It stood awkwardly at the back door of UA University, making the scenery that was like pear blossoms in the garden become stiff. It was such a small bungalow that was far away from the main building of the campus, yet it still enjoyed central heating. The interior was as warm as spring, and the glass that was not coated with anti-frost was filled with a pleasant mist. Wiping away the mist on the glass with one hand, Sulu looked through the window at the snowflakes and frost on the pear trees in the garden. He smiled happily, thinking that this was a really nice place. It was still so beautiful in such a cold winter. When had he ever seen such a scenery when he was in Donglin? The sky in her hometown was overcast and gloomy. How could there be snowflakes that were whiter than pear blossoms? He had been at UA University for more than 10 days, following the suggestion left behind by his boss, Feng Yu, on the holographic screen before his death. Furthermore, he was a fugitive with a disguised chip in his body, so naturally, he was unwilling to follow the information on the chip and go to the Department of National Defense's Retirement Resettlement Office to find a job. Thus, he decided to come here himself, submitting a job application and the strange recommendation letter in his backpack to the school, and easily obtained his current job. At first, he was a little puzzled as to why it was so easy to find a job, but later on he realized that other than guarding the back door of UA University, this job only required him to be responsible for cleaning the road within 10 meters of him. On the surface, he was a member of the logistics department, but in reality, he was just a doorman. Without a doubt, he belonged to the lowest rung of society, and his salary was so low that it was pitiful. Fortunately, there was still a lot of money in that Zhong Sanlin Union Bank card. Su Lu did not come to Shanlin for money, nor did he have any strong desire to be below others, so he happily accepted this job and obtained this small, gray bungalow that belonged exclusively to him. If it was a normal citizen of the Federation, no matter how beautiful UA University's snowy scenery was, after looking at the plain white for more than 10 days, they would have long since gotten sick of it. However, Sulu was the same. He had never seen snow in his entire life, and looking at the snow for more than 10 days was just a small enjoyment for him. Right now, it was still the winter holidays, and there were not many students staying behind at UA University, so his work had not officially started yet. Every day, other than cleaning the snow, he had nothing else to do, so he was very free. Through the CD-ROM computer that the logistics department had placed in the doorway, Su Lu would also go online every day when he was free. He seriously looked through the information on UA University, and only then did he know that this seemingly unremarkable school was, other than the schools directly under the Ministry of National Defense, one of the most outstanding universities in terms of the 3 major self-propelled mobile armor systems and the standard repair of warship installations. Of course, the 3 major military academies directly under the Ministry of National Defense and the Westwood's Military Academy could not possibly be located in a university town, so it was not a place that Su Lu could casually blend into. Therefore, if Su Lu wanted to satisfy his interests, the unremarkable Yue University was indeed the best choice. Only now did he understand that his boss was still considering his own ideals in his arrangements, and his mood could not help but warm up like the air in the room. When he had just arrived at the university town, Su Lu had tried to apply for an audit student certificate. After all, he still had quite a bit of money in his card, so he should be able to afford enough sponsorship. Unfortunately, the school's principal and dean in charge of reviewing new students had all returned to the various major cities on the capital planet for their holidays, just like the students. What made Su Lu feel even more regretful was that Yue University's library had also been closed for the past few days due to the update of the system and the holidays. This meant that he had no way of accessing the knowledge he was most interested in regarding the M-Series mecha's structure and maintenance. He also had no way of searching through the ancient books to see if there were any words or phrases regarding the mysterious trembling power within his body. In these 10 days of cold wind and snow, Su Lu, who had nothing to do other than watching Channel 23 every night and searching the internet for mecha maintenance knowledge that interested him, spent most of his remaining time nestled in his warm bed, closing his eyes to try to feel the slight changes in the trembling power within his body. He also tried to hide this dizzying trembling power as he thought about it on the ancient bell. It was snowing heavily outside, and he had not practiced that set of 10 postures for quite some time. He was also worried that others would see it, but the trembling in his muscles had gradually become more and more practiced as he slept. It even felt as though it could surge out at will. That night, accompanied by the familiar soreness in the deepest parts of his muscles and joints, Su Lu fell into a deep sleep accompanied by the howling of the wind and snow. In his dreams, he seemed to see a cute girl with a head of purple hair marrying him as his wife, and him becoming the chief mechanic of a large company in the capital. He could repair all sorts of fun things every day, and he seemed to faintly hear some big shot announcing on the television that the truth behind the explosion had been exposed. There were so many happy things. In his deep sleep, Su Li's lips curved into a sweet smile. He smiled so much that his body started to tremble. This trembling did not stop until the muscles under his skin started to twitch slightly. It seemed that with every twitch, his body would become a little stronger. Spring was bright and beautiful, with colorful flags fluttering in the wind. Shanglin Administrative Region, S1, which was also the capital planet's snow and cold, always came and went quickly. However, just as February entered, the snow on the banks of the Rose River had completely melted away, merging into the tranquil river that flowed south. Not a trace of it could be found anymore, leaving behind only a vast expanse of green fields and lush spring forests, as well as blocks of academy buildings that harmonized with the environment very well among the grass and trees. Today was the first day of school, and countless students took all sorts of transportation back to the big city academy. The campus, which had been quiet for 2 months, was once again bustling with noise and excitement. From time to time, there would be cars driving into the quiet Yue University, accompanied by even more youthful female students walking in. A youthful atmosphere that made people yearn for rippled through the campus with them. Because there were too many students going to the Federation's living area to shop, the back gate, which had always been somewhat deserted, was now bustling with noise and chatter. It even drowned out the voices of the male students who were passionately criticizing the government by the fountain. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the entrance of the campus, followed by a buzz of discussion that abruptly stopped. The attention of the youths in the school was attracted by something, and they subconsciously stopped in their tracks, casting complicated gazes towards the entrance. The few male students by the fountain, who were deeply influenced by Carlinism, also stopped spurting out hot blood and walked over. However, they did not approach the back gate, but instead looked at it with a very strange gaze. A girl with shoulder-length hair, black-rimmed glasses, and a stack of books calmly and slightly coldly walked in from the back gate of UA University under the gazes of countless people. The surrounding gazes contained too many emotions: pity, sympathy, disgust, disdain, envy, jealousy. The students of UA University easily recognized who this girl was because a year ago she was a popular figure among the freshmen of UA University, or rather, the rebellious child, Zhang Xiaoming. Zhang Xiaoming, who was born in a good family, began to come into contact with Carlinism after entering her first year of university. Unexpectedly, this girl resolutely gave up on her good life, gave up on her studies, and went to the faraway S2 administrative district, where the anti-government faction had the strongest influence in New Jersey. She began to shout for the people at the bottom of society, participating in one demonstration after another. As for what Zhang Xiaoming did after leaving UA University, her classmates did not know the exact details, but they knew that the rumor was true. This girl who had once shocked countless people was indeed tired of the so-called romance of justice, abandoned the darkness for the light, and returned to the embrace of the Federation. There was an awkward silence at the back gate of UA University. No one came forward to greet this black-rimmed girl. There was no welcome, only faint hostility and complicated gazes. Yes, when she left this campus a year ago, she should have known that there was no possibility of her coming back. If her ideals in the past were childish and laughable, but for the sake of an ordinary and comfortable life, she easily gave up her so-called ideals. Then why did she leave in the first place? Why did she come back after leaving? Isn't that preposterous? This was probably the thought in the minds of most of the students. They looked at Zhang Xiaoming calmly, but full of pressure. Zhang Xiaoming, however, did not have the slightest bit of uneasiness. Her face was slightly lifted, and there was pride in her calmness as she walked towards her dormitory building. At this moment, the few male students who were preaching Carlinism at the fountain suddenly blocked her path and said angrily, "You betrayed your ideals." "My ideal is to live a good life." Zhang Xiaoming pushed up her black-rimmed glasses, ignored these people, and walked past them. The surrounding students looked at Zhang Xiaoming's back with strange and mocking expressions. The male student who was giving the speech was stunned for a moment. Then he spat a mouthful of spittle behind her back. "This student, please wipe away these stains." A young man wearing a red cufflink walked to the side of the male student, handed him a piece of cloth, and said seriously, "Also, according to the regulations, I will recommend that the student office deduct 3 credits from you." The male student asked angrily, "Who are you?" The young man pulled on the red cufflink and answered, "I am a doorman." Chapter 50. At the corner of the road outside of UA University's back gate, there was a completely black Land Rover parked there. The body of the Land Rover looked particularly thick and heavy. The window film reflected the beautiful skylight, covering everything inside the car. The inside of this completely black Land Rover was strangely without a seat. Instead, it was filled with all kinds of electronic equipment and a camp bed. Even more strangely, there were a few staff members wearing gray uniforms who were vigilantly looking at the electronic equipment, and on the camp bed laid a lazy young man. This young man was about 24 or 25 years old. He had a pair of high-fidelity headphones in his ears. It was unknown what he was listening to, but looking at his squinted eyes, it gave people the impression that he had fallen asleep long ago. If Su Lu were to see this young man's behavior, he would definitely think of the lazy boss uncle in any situation. To be able to maintain such a state in such a tense and busy working environment, if it wasn't that he was a little tired of the world, then it was that he didn't care about anything. A staff member took off the young man's headphones and said with a bitter smile, "Team leader, even if you're too lazy to listen to it, can you not use public equipment to listen to music? Otherwise, if the director finds out, you'll be scolded again." The young man opened his eyes and yawned. His beautiful face had a trace of hangover fatigue. He muttered, "It's such a good thing. It's a pity that I don't use it to listen to music." Then he looked at the small holographic screen of the electronic equipment and asked in boredom, "What's wrong? Nothing happened to that hot-blooded young woman, right?" Nothing happened. There are a lot of young people coming back from S2. Why does the Bureau want us to keep an eye on her? The staff member shrugged and pointed in the direction of UA University. How big of a problem can a female student have? Zhang Xiaoming, coming back so casually like this. If there's no problem, then I'm an idiot. The young man yawned again. His name was Shi Qinghai. He graduated from the first military academy and was now working in the Federation Investigation Bureau. All the staff members in this completely black Land Rover were his subordinates. Bored, he looked in the direction of the back door of UA University and said in a seemingly casual manner, "A little lamb who knows how to mend its ways?" Her parents are both civil servants of the Federation government. If there really was no problem, this little lamb should have cried and jumped into her parents' arms at the capital airport. She shouldn't have directly transferred to the university town alone and worked hard for more than 10 days before she regained her student status. Why didn't she meet with her parents? She's still rebellious and hasn't grown up yet. How could she be a pitiful girl who had her head injured? A hint of mockery flashed across Shi Qinghai's beautiful face. Although there are a lot of useless people in the Bureau, it's not a big problem to choose a surveillance target. As he spoke, the 6 people in the front and back of the Black Land vehicle stopped what they were doing. They listened to the leader's analysis and nodded in agreement. One of them looked at Shi Qinghai and said with a smile, "Leader, of course we know you're not an idiot." Of course, Shi Qinghai was not an idiot. He graduated from the first military academy with the highest grades. In his first year in the Federation Investigation Bureau, he successfully cracked a few spy cases. His ability was obvious to all. If he had followed this path steadily, everyone in the Investigation Bureau believed that the youngest deputy director in history would have been born. But no one would have thought that such a young talent would fall so quickly. An officer of the Investigation Bureau, who was addicted to alcohol and women all day long, was equivalent to giving up his future. Don't drink so much in the future. What's the difference if those women turn off the lights? Do you need to change every day? Shi Qinghai's subordinate said with a headache, "Don't always offend the boss. Otherwise, you would have been promoted long ago, and we would have followed suit. Don't talk nonsense with me. Who hasn't been promoted under me? I'm too lazy to move. Isn't this university town good? There are so many beauties, especially young beauties." Shi Qinghai smacked his thin lips. His eyes were blurred and intoxicated. "How can I leave when I'm surrounded by the fresh scent of young bodies?" He got up from the single bed and rubbed his face that he forgot to wash in the morning. He said vaguely, "What career advancement? Bullshit. I want to be transferred to the Bureau of Proclamation. Those bastards, they only have one computer every day. They don't have to worry about anything. It's a F** King good place to retire." Having said that, he still had to do what he had to do, even if it was just on the surface. Shi Qinghai pretended to pick up the monitor and put it next to his ear to listen for a long time. At first, everything was normal, but gradually his facial expression became wonderful, and finally it turned into an uncontrollable laughter. "The concierge? I'm dying of laughter. Does he know that the student he asked to wipe off his saliva is the son of a senator?" Shi Qinghai was rocking back and forth with laughter. He slapped his thigh and said, "This little concierge is interesting. It's rare to see such a serious person in this F***king society." "Shoo, team leader, lower your voice." A team member stared angrily at the unconscious Shi Qinghai and shouted in a low voice, "We are monitoring the situation. Not in the cinema." "Oh, that's right." Shi Qinghai came back to his senses and laughed. He opened the car door and walked out of the car. He said, "I have to watch UA University for at least a semester. It's too boring. I'm going to check out that fun concierge." The staff members of the Bureau of Investigation looked at each other. They didn't know what to do with this crazy and absurd team leader. Under the sun, the young team leader walked lazily like a hooligan. The staff members couldn't help but cover their eyes in embarrassment. One of them muttered, "Breaking the rules again. But why does team leader look like a hooligan?" Team leader grew up in the countryside. His father is a farmer. Is that so? That's a rare occupation. But what does this have to do with team leader being a hooligan? Didn't George Carlin once say that? The root of hooliganism is the unfair distribution of wealth. At the back gate of UA University, there was no class struggle between the rich students and the poor concierge. The male student who preached Carlinism left in anger. Sulu didn't pull him back. He forced him to kneel on the ground and wipe off his saliva. If he really did that, Sulu would doubt his own intelligence. He just followed the school rules and wrote a note about what happened today. He sent it to the special mailbox of the student office through the computer. Then he pulled out the hose and washed the sidewalk that had just been cleaned in the morning. He walked out earlier because he found that the male student seemed to have the intention to continue pestering the girl. So he thought of a way to stop him. If he hadn't seen that pair of black-rimmed glasses, Sulu wouldn't have remembered that the girl was the one who secretly ate his biscuits on the bus. Sulu didn't know what Carlinism was and didn't care about the negotiations between the government and anti-government. He just felt that the girl was too lonely with so many students coldly looking at her. What made him feel even more uncomfortable was that the male student actually blocked the girl's path. Of course, the more important reason was that he knew the girl, even though the girl might not remember him, and even though the girl was rude to him back then. After cleaning the sidewalk, Sulu took a chair and sat next to the gate. He faithfully carried out his task. He closed his eyes under the warm sunlight and listened to the chip's beeping sound from the monitor beside him. He was so comfortable that he almost fell asleep. In fact, he was still thinking about when he would be able to complete his bypass hearing, when he would be able to enter the library, and when he would be able to visit the experimental grounds. As an official of the Investigation Bureau, Shi Qinghai naturally didn't want to get acquainted with this inconspicuous concierge. It was just that he had spent the whole night with the blonde beauty and drank too much alcohol. His mind was too tired, and he couldn't sleep comfortably on the military bed of the land shuttle, so he decided to just walk around in the car. He bought a pack of cigarettes from the convenience store next to the school gate and lit one. He walked to the sidewalk and squatted down. He casually glanced at the young concierge from the corner of his eyes. It was just this glance, but Shi Qinghai's pupils slightly shrank. He didn't move his eyes away for a long time. He stood up and walked towards Sulu, who was sitting on the chair. After a moment of silence, he said with a smile, "I really envy your job. You can openly bask in the sun every day." Sulu raised his head in surprise. He didn't expect that on this strange planet, in this strange place, someone would actually take the initiative to talk to him. When he raised his head, he saw a street full of green trees and clear sunlight. A handsome young man in a wrinkled black suit was looking at him with a smile. Maybe it's quite comfortable. Su Lu knew how to answer this question. He squinted his eyes, blocked the sunlight, and carefully said, "Do you want one?" Shi Qinghai smiled and passed a long filter cigarette. Su Lu originally wanted to refuse, but he suddenly remembered that the boss uncle never left his cigarettes. He suddenly had an idea. He took the cigarette, put it in his lighter, and lit it up. He said thank you. Separated by the iron gates of Yue University, the two of them smoked without knowing what to do. Under the sunlight, they both seemed to have endless worries. Shi Qinghai threw the cigarette but to the ground and stepped on it to extinguish it. He used his fingers to tidy up his messy hair. He suddenly stared at Su Lu and said, "Sitting on the chair, but your body is hanging in the air. You're really hardworking to be able to practice the horse stance like this." You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.